Welcome, ladies, gents and teddy bears, to RAF Lakenheath. Welcome to the show. Do you know what? It feels like a Friday. It really does. But I've got to remember that it is only Wednesday. Welcome to our midweek special then here at RAF Lakenheath. Hope you're well. How's it all going? Hope we're all good. Welcome to the 48th Fighter Wing, or shall I say, the home of the 48th Fighter Wing, the only US Air Force with the only wing with not only a number but also a name. They are the only ones to have a name. The wing is actually called the Statue of Liberty Wing, and that's all down to their arrival and reactivation as in wing status in 1952, because the 48th Fighter Wing previous to that were a group. They didn't have wing status. So for those looking for history in World War II, you won't find anything on the 48th Fighter Wing, but you will as the 48th Fighter Group. Same goes with the 100th Air Refueling Wing's history and their lineage. They were, of course, the 100th Bomb Group. Again, they weren't a wing at the time. The 48th Fighter Group were actually under the 70th Fighter Wing when they arrived in the European theatre. They were also part of the 8th Air Force. RAF Lakenheath. We'll just jump straight to it, shall we? Now, by the way, just quickly before I commence, the F-15s are spooling in the distance. That's what you can hear. Looking forward to seeing them. The F-15E Strike Eagle. That's the F-15s that are here. They are flown by the 492nd Fighter Squadron, the Mad Hatters, locally known as the Bowlers. Yo, what up, guns up, Bowlers? And also they're flown by the 494th Fighter Squadron, the Panthers, bleed red, the finest, meanest, baddest. I hope I got that right this time, maybe. Welcome to the show. Hope we're all good. So RAF Lakenheath was built in 1940, same as RAF Coningsby. Was built as a functioning RAF station dedicated to a bomb group. It was part of number 3 Bomber Command. And first residents were number 20 Operational Training Unit, came all the way from RAF Lossiemouth, flying the Vickers Wellington bomber. And it remained an RAF base right up until 1948. The base actually closed its flying facilities between 45 and 47, while the runways and facilities were being extended, ready for a very heavy bomber. It was selected to become a very heavy bomber base, flying the B-29s, and in 1948 the arrival of the 2nd Bomb Group and also the 307th Bomb Group arrived here with their B-29s. Eventually we saw B-50s and the B-47 Stratojets. Finally right up to 1960, in fact the 15th of January 1960, ladies, gents and teddy bears. This is the time when RAF Lakenheath's 48th Tactical Fighter Wing, as they were called, arrived with this. First making its debut on the show, that's right, look at this, the F-100D Super Sabre. Now I believe this is a C model. I don't know too much about the Super Sabre, although it was maximum speed at Mach 1.4, which is very, very impressive. So they arrived here with camo livery, at sort of bare metal livery, in the late 60s, but arriving here 15th of January 1960. Oh yeah. How are we all doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Yeah, I believe this is the C model, I think this one is. But powered by the Pratt & Whitney J57 P21 or 21A, and it was an afterburning turbojet engine, produced 10,200 pounds of dry thrust or 16,000 pounds of thrust with afterburner. Max speed Mach 1.4, that's around 924 miles per hour. Had a good range, just short of 2,000 miles, with a service ceiling of a healthy thin-aired 50,000 feet, which was amazing. Thrust and weight ratio on this was a 0.55. Can hear more startups. Also had guns as well. Had 420mm M39A revolver cannons as well. Had 6 hard points as well. You can see this pretty much fully loaded as well. And a wingspan of 38 feet 9 inches, about 1 meter and a bit more than a Typhoon's wingspan. Nice swept wing there, and this is what they arrived with. There we go. That was thought I'd, you know, get you a F100 Super Sabre. Dave's probably getting excited there. Dave, are you alright with that, mate? On the screen, because I know he gets a bit excited, bless him. Actually, I've got a F111 Aardvark. And a big thank you to Alistair Goodwin setting the support first thing in the morning. Thank you to Alistair Goodwin for lots of gifted memberships, loads of them. Thank you so much. With a 5, a 10, a 10, and due to a system error, I do owe you a couple more guards marches, Alistair. For some reason, some of your generosity disappeared off my screens for some reason. I was informed by our very good and very loyal spanner flight, so I'll get you an extra guards march and a salute and a flight pass. Thank you very much. Sharon Chapman as well, thank you as well. Guards marches coming up a bit later on. Very warm welcome, good evening, good afternoon, and a good day wherever you're watching from in the world. Dave's already heard the Aardvark, so he'll be on the ceiling. But yeah, it was quite nice to, like I said, I think it's a lot more interactive. Yes, I could go down the route of just showing you the graphics, but let's just give it a nice, you know, every time I bring an aircraft on the screen, it's going to be completely different. The way I'm holding it, the way it's moving, it's going to be different, so you know it's raw and good. It makes it, and it gives me a chance to ad hoc as well, and, you know, say something a little bit different about the aircraft, so that every time it's different, which is why I'm going to go down the good old drawing sketch. It's a lot more, for me, you know, you can overdo it with CGI. Let's go back to basics. Let's get on the drawing board. Let's, good old pen and pencil, pen and paper, write it down. I still love writing it down. I love writing things down. It's the way I've always done it. It's a lot more, it's a lot better. I mean, look at that. If I was to bring these stats, it would just look like, you know, look at this. Isn't that a lot more attractive? Surely. This is how this is what I get up to. Little notes, basically the aircraft, just a little bit about World War II aircraft, where they were first arrived operationally, the year, the squadron it first operated with. Here I've got the bomb load here. Oh yes, Spitfire and Hurricane, that's where they're missing the bomb loads there, the payload. You've got your max speed, you've got the service ceiling. Of course, some of these specs, some of these specs, hang on, let me just, there's a, yeah, you'll see why I'm doing that for a minute. Hang on, sorry, you can't, nothing to see here. Yeah, was not expecting that. Okay, so the what was I saying? Service ceiling. Yeah, some of the specs, of course, there was marks, different marks and different variants. These are just your earlier marks. Okay, so I understand that some of the engines were upgraded on some of these aircraft, so I do appreciate that. I do understand that as well. So there we go. A little bit about the B-17 there. Obviously struggling to find out what squadron I believed it flew with, but the B-17s flew first operationally. This one I do know. They actually, the earlier B-17s actually were flown first by the Royal Air Force, believe it or not, operationally. So that's, in case you didn't know that, B-17s were called the Boeing Fortress 1, 2 or 3 models. So based on the earlier Boeing Flying Fortress B-17s, they were called the Boeing Fortress in the Royal Air Force inventory, and they were used operationally first. But with the US Army Air Forces, it was the 97th Bomb Group that would take on the first operational set in the US Army Air Force. So a little bit of stats here for you, and these are your engines as well. So you got there's our F-15 engine here, and you can see the size of it, the length, so you can appreciate how big now the F-35B engine is with the F135PW 600. So you got these are your compressor stages, so 3 low and 6 high, and this is the compression ratio, giving you an idea, the bypass ratio and the power output. There you go. I like to keep things, and you know, you can start going all let's have a look here now. Let's have a look should we have a look, see what I got up to here. We've got all these, the way it was all divided. This is a little example of the 8th Air Force here. So you've got the 8th Air Force, and underneath them you got the division, then you got the wing, and underneath the wing it's split up into groups, and in the groups you got your squadrons, and I could go one further, in the squadrons then you got your flights, like Alpha, Bravo, or B for Baker, depends. They weren't always the radio call signs that we have today, they're the phonetics. And then you got the shapes on the B-17s and B-24s, each one meant the division. There's our division. This still applies today. You've got your RAF Lakenheath's 48 fighter wing is part of the 3rd Air Force, so you know that applies. Okay, so it's part of the 3rd Air Force, which the HQ is out at Ramstein Air Base. Okay, then you got the 48 fighter wing, and then the flying group actually is the 48th operations group. That is actually the group that flies. Okay, the wing makes up of a load of trades, lots of trades. Okay, from maintenance to medical to all sorts of factors of the trade. Okay, so that's quite interesting. But with the flying component being the group, then you got your squadrons, and then you got the flights, and then everything else that falls underneath. So I like to keep it like that. I like to keep it good old rustic and good old pen, paper, get on. There's a nice what's that? RAF Mildenhall, of course, about 5.5 miles away, the backwards crow flies. Mildenhall opened 6 years before Lakenheath was built, and that's not the only one round here. Just to my 5 o'clock, RAF Feltwell, that opened 4 years before Lakenheath. So that's 1936 and started operating in 1937. Lakenheath was built in 1940. So very shortly we should be seeing F-15s taxiing down the catwalk, which is this taxiway here. The catwalk being a Ted Coningsby vocab. Of course, officially it's just a taxiway, but we felt that catwalk was the need. Okay, I can hear the nozzles and those compressors and turbines spinning. Here we go. So this could be an extremely short day, ladies, gents and teddy bears, just to warn you for this show today. Okay, it has been a little bit quiet. But this is military, you just never know. F-15E Strike Eagles, there we go. First arrived here in 1992 for the 492nd and the 494th. The 493rd started to receive their F-15Cs from 93 to 94, and then following that the D model, the family version. So these F-15E Strike Eagles powered by the Pratt & Whitney F100 229s, producing a 1,000 pounds of thrust each. First ever flight for the F-15E was made on the 11th of December 1986. And then 2 years later, it was destined and delivered to operational units, and the F-15E reached the IOC, that's initial operational capability, on the 30th of September 1989 at Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, North Carolina, with the 4th Tactical Fighter Wing and the squadron, the 336 Tactical Fighter Squadron. For those wondering about the RAF's operational service with the B-17s, that is correct. It was there was quite a few, and also, yes, Coastal Command. There was different liveries. There was also 90 and 214 squadrons alike that were using them. I'll tell you what. One sec. Just having a look at my my special So the B-17s for the US Army Air Force, if you remember my lost airfields, I was just trying to backtrack. They arrived at Holbrook and then moved on to RAF Grafton Underwood, if you remember my lost airfields. But yeah, absolutely, for those that have are pointing out these squadrons. And I'll just show you some of the earlier B-17s that they were using. I'm just trying to get you a picture of it, because you know how it is. If I can find it, I'll have to draw you them. I'll tell you what, I'll do a drawing of them next time. Because as you know, I do happen to have a book on a B-17. I remember the I've got a classic photo somewhere of 214 Squadron with the squadron markings Bravo uniform, but we need to go before that with the Boeing Fortress of 220 Squadron. Also 223 Squadron as well operated them. So Coastal Command used the the Boeing Fortress as well. 220 was a RAF Coastal Command Squadron, but also 90 Squadron, that's 90 Squadron used them. And I think it was Whiskey Papa, I think, was their markings for 90 Squadron. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so it was 90, 220, 214, 223, I think, and then 251. Very different liveries as well with that. But in the RAF's inventory, of course, they didn't call it a B-17 Flying Fortress. They called it a Boeing Fortress 1, 2 and 3 respectively to their marks. have a look. I've got this book here, beautiful, written by H.P. Wilmot. Oh yeah. You know I've got a book for pretty much everything. Thanks for those mentioning all the info on the B-17, Keith and Mark. Thank you very much for that. I like things like that because I've got such a broad spectrum of info. I don't specialise in one particular category or aircraft. It's oh hello, we've got more sweepage. It's always nice to hear from you as well. It gets me thinking, so it's really cool. But yes, absolutely. Have a look at our lost airfields. There's some lovely stories about Grafton Underwood and the 384th Bomb Group. Yeah, here we go, I got it now. So I think the Mark 1 was a B-17C. Mark 2. Yeah, B-17F. Yeah, I think that's right. I think it was a C, the Mark 1. Yeah, it did have a very different tail. Hang on a minute. I reckon I've got a picture of it somewhere. Let me move this central for you then. I like all this. We're all learning together. That's the coolest thing, isn't it, about the channel? We can all... Got it in here somewhere. There we go. Yeah, that's the one. There it is. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Mark 1 Boeing Fortress RAF. There it is. That's the one. That would make sense. There it is. That's the, I believe that's the Mark 1 Boeing Fortress of the Royal Air Force. And then Mark 2 was the F. And then definitely had the G's, the Mark 3 Boeing Fortress. There it is. Pretty cool, this book. We got there in the end. We're learning together. I like this. I love that. It's interactive learning. Pretty cool. I love this, love it. And I think it was Coastal Command that had the Boeing Fortress Mark IIs, wasn't it? So that'd be an F. We're getting there. I like this. I like this. I always remember 214. It sticks with me. I love squadron markings, and it was always Bravo uniform. Yeah, so if I got this right then, so the Boeing Fortress, I love this. The Boeing Fortress Mark 1 was the B-17s. That was the designation, and the first operation and operational squadron operating them was 90 Squadron, and they did take part in a raid. I think they had about 20 in total of those Cs, and quite rightly, Mark, very different tail. Until the D models were brought out, but of course the RAF didn't have that model, or the E. They may have, but of course Coastal Command were then using the X Mark 1s of the Royal Air Force. They were using them for a period of time as well, until they started to, I believe they did. There could have been, do you know what, I think I came across a Mark 2A, which was a B-17E, you know. Someone pointed out that they did use an E or trialed them, and I'm pretty sure they were using what was called a Fortress Mark 2A, which I reckon that was an B-17E, and then of course the F for the Mark 2 standard. Just trying to, or I could have got that the other way around, but I remember Mark 3 was the B-17G, and there could have been, I'm pretty sure there was a 2A, I'm pretty sure, but hey, there you go. 206 Squadron definitely used them because they sank a U-627 in 1942. And the first of, I think they downed about 11, 206 Squadron RAF sank about 11 U-boats during that time period as well. think they were all around using, I think they were part of number 100 group. There we go. There you go, a bit of homework for me to learn a bit more about the B-17s as a Royal Air Force designation, right? Anyway, fleet time, here we go, back to 2025, here we go. I can get this off. Here we go, 29,000 of thrust in each engine, here we go. Let's ride. Out that sound. Did you hear that sound just disappear as soon as it went behind that cloud? Actually, it just went. I don't know if that was the case, but it certainly sounded like it. Sound deadening clouds. Yeah, apologies for that. I thought there was 3 in that flight, but of course there was just the 2. For those that noticed the C-17s, yes, there's 2 of them. I managed to catch one early this morning on my, I just caught that on my phone as I was setting up. Very early in the morning, so I got that. I've turned it into a short for Sunday. How's that, eh? Sunday Shorts by Ted Coningsby, where you can relax with your B-17 book. Nice pot of Earl Grey. Yes, tipping. then. And for those wondering, yeah, you could be right. I wonder if this is waiting for another aircraft for its flight. Will it go out as a singleton or a two-ship or more? And we'll find out very shortly. So for those asking, we do get it quite a lot. Do they burn a lot of fuel just sat here? The answer is no. Negative. They use very, very, very little fuel. Very just non-existent amount, really. It's only when you use the thrust, when you get those turbines going, you get the compressors rolling in, sucking in that air and mixing it up, compressing it. It's only when you use the thrust do you start using fuel like that. On idle, it's just probably about 1%, maybe. About that. Same with your car. It doesn't really use that much fuel just sat there. Insignificant amount. That's the word I was looking for. So this is the EOR. If you remember yesterday's stream, I mentioned about the ORP. This is kind of like an ORP in some ways. It's end of runway, they call it here. There are two. There's one here and there's one on my side of the runway, let's say. And so there's two on this end, so runway 23, and there's also another two all the way down the other end at runway 05, a north and a south EOR. They can hold up to 6 aircraft. Each. So welcome, ladies, gents, teddy bears, to RAF Lakenheath, home of the United States Air Force in Europe. Their HQ is out at Ramstein Air Base. They are part of the 3rd Air Force, one of the original Air Forces. So the F-15E Strike Eagle is a dual-controlled aircraft, operated by, of course, a pilot and a crew of 2, with a weapon systems operator at the back. It is dual-controlled. The weapon system operator not only takes care of all things weaponry and gets locks on targets and weapon selecting, they can take control of the aircraft. Do you know, that's pretty much a World War II thing, you know, when the weapon systems operator has a dual control. Just thinking back to B-17s and other bombers where the bombardier would have control of the aircraft. Just wondering if it has it, because I was thinking when they would fly it, probably on long transit flights, or if the pilot becomes unwell, just wondering if they do control it on that respect. But there we go, that's another story. Here we go. Oh, I love playing that game. I love that, you know I do. Adjusting now on the old here we go. Neil Prowse, how you doing? Big shout out to the Bristol Massive. And also, speaking of that area, not too far from, well, still a few tens of miles, but sort of that part of the country to the Worcestershire Massive as well. And I've just reminded myself to say a big shout out to Adam and Wayne Cole, who work at the Morgan Motor Company. So big shout out to them, who thanks to Craig got in contact with me, and who I used to work with a long time ago in Blackpool in Worcester. I know, right? And he's come across his boss, who works at Morgan Motor Company, who discovered that they were big fans, and they discovered between themselves that Craig knew me. So big shout out to both of them, and all three of them as such, to Adam and Wayne Cole. Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Chris. At least it's not absolutely pouring it down with rain. Oh.
Any quick lines, right?
And of course, if you just joined us, don't forget to hit that like button. It does help the stream. Really does help push the numbers. Hit the like button, and of course, come join us as a subscriber. They're both free to do. Hitting the like, give it a thumbs up, and hit the subscribe button. Come join us. It's free to do so. And of course, if you don't want to miss out on the latest, the greatest live streams and videos, then be sure to hit that notification bell button as well. And sharing is caring, so don't forget to hit the care button, spelled S-H-A-R-E. You know it is always a pleasure to see our streams being shared across social media, so thank you for that. Alistair Goodwin, Simon Watchorn, Aspen, what up? Juna 72, Simon Watchorn, Davey, Wee Stevie Boy, Margot, Liberator 74. How's it all going? Mark Garwood, Dave Holloway, Neil Prowse, how you doing? Joshua Brown, what up all of you? Chris Bloxham, Alan Gates, Anonymous, Alan Burden, ah yeah. And of course Mark Moody as well, Keith as well, how are we all doing? Christopher Neal, lovely, here we go. Here we go, send it. Dial-up. It sounded like dial-up. Do you remember that? Maybe they heard me. Oi, oi! There we go. So 4 F-15s in the skies. Still rumbling, Ted. You can hear that? So, Alistair Goodwin, a high five and a paw pump for your first set of 5 gifted Ted Coningsby memberships. Thank you so much for your support, sir. Alistair Goodwin as well with a high five, paw pump, and a salute as well with a fly past for 10 Ted Coningsby memberships, a Guards March. Thank you very much indeed, Alistair. And then we've got another set of 3, another set, high five, a paw pump, and a salute as well for another 10 Ted Coningsby memberships. That's 25 Ted Coningsby memberships gifted by Alistair Goodwin. Thank you so much for that support this morning. A fly past there for you, sir. Thank you very much. And Peter Faulkner, thank you very much for your 19 months membership. Happy 19 months, thank you. Sharon Chapman, happy 18th wedding anniversary to me and Mr. C. Thanks for your kind messages. Sharon Chapman and Mr. Chapman, thank you very much. And congratulations on your 18-year wedding anniversary. Margot, thank you very much towards Ted smoked salmon kebab. Thank you very much. Yeah, that'll be nice. Thank you very much. Guards March. Philip Turner celebrating 20 months. Oi, 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 oi to you. Margot, who's part of our Spanner flight and also a fighter squadron member as well, has been celebrating 29 months membership today. Look at this. Very privileged and very proud to be with you all. Fantastic journey. Thank you everyone from the bottom of my heart. Thank you very much. Guards March. Kieran Harvey with 17 months membership as well. Oi, oi, hope everyone has a good day with a weep emoji. Weep. Margot, high five, Guards March. Thank you very much for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. And also another super chat from Margot. Thank you everyone. Each member's milestone is very special. Here's to good friends, health and happiness. Guards March, and well said. Simon Mottron celebrating 22 months membership, part of the Spanner Flight and Fighter Squadron member. Another amazing and fun-filled month of TCS membership gone in a flash. So pleased to be part of this fantastic community. Thank you everyone for making it so special. Guards March. And John Kaplan, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March. Bex, thank you as well for the super chat. Guards March, who's put send it. Weep. Alistair Goodwin, a Guards March to you. Thank you very much for your super chat. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker. Reminds me of Comedy Ted's joke about the genie bottle found on a desert island. Paul Mayers, thank you very much for the super chat as well. Guards March. And all is good. I think we've got some more startups as well. Oi, oi. Andy Haynes, thank you very much. Remember for 22 months. Oi oi Ted, Nikos and the Ted Coningsby Massive. Guards March, thank you very much. Firejack007, how you doing? Good to see you on here. Usually I see you on X. And off he goes. Right now, I think I heard 2 startups, I think, which would make 1 aircraft, of course, because the twin. Let me just put Teddy, you right there, mate? Okay, mate, go and have some more salmon. Let's just have some more salmon. Let's go and have a look at these C-17s. Let's see if we can spot one. It's a nice one, isn't it? Right, I'm just going to grab a quick courtesy, because you know I like my courtesy. And oh, let's hope these startups that we can hear in the background well, if you get more of those, should be good. Yeah. Cup of tea time. Oh yes. it going, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Well, you never know, we might get the, well, there are 2 C-17s. Just having a quick cup of tea while I'm just chilling out. So yeah, it could be a very short day today. We could be finishing very early today, so we've got to figure out where we're going to go tomorrow and Friday. So got an idea for Friday, but we'll see how it goes. C-17s. There are 2 of them. I'm wondering when they will go. If they do go, they'll need to configure the cables. It's the back 12s, the barrier arrestor kit, which is the Mark 12, or they call it a back 12, barrier arrestor kit 12. You can get a glimpse of it. Now they can't really go over it. It's not a comfortable ride for them, and it can cause a little bit of damage. There's the cables there, look. Now there are 2 sets on this side for runway 23 and another set of 2 at runway 05. If we have a look now, you can find out where they are even at Coningsby on any at any airport, and they are marked where they go right across the runway with these black squares with the yellow circle. Alright, so that's where they go across. You can just about see some form of cable with what looks like weights on them, and that's to keep it so it doesn't sort of go it's to keep it kind of not quite to keep it taut, but to keep it without sort of swagging around, you know, if that's even a word. Do you know what I mean? It's to keep it down, basically. To keep it down. There are weights. You could say to keep it taut, but to keep it taut, they've got these tensioners. This one goes underground and over here in these boxes. It's like a reel, and they've got a lot of tension on them. They're very. You've got to imagine how much tension is on there, because it's supposed to hook the aircraft, so to speak. The aircraft's supposed to deploy the arrestor hook, or the tail hook if you like, and supposed to catch it. It's supposed to gradually stop an aircraft. Now the other set, you can see another one further down. That's one on the left side, and where's the other one? Maybe it's out of our view. Yeah, it is. So there are 2 lots of cables there, and these boxes here, there's one there, and there should be another one here. Look, it's like a big reel. I don't know too much about them and all the hydraulics, the way it works and the pressurization of it, but you've got to imagine how much tension is on those to catch an aircraft, so to speak. But it's not like a quick snap. It's quite a gradual halt, because obviously you don't want to cause damage and sort of any injuries to the pilot, because such a halt like that could obviously cause harm. But they need to configure this for heavies. All right, they need to lower the cables down. So pretty interesting stuff, right? And of course, right down 05, you might be able to see it. I'm not sure. Well, I'm on a slope here, so I might not be able to see it. Hang on. Let me have a look. No, I can't see it from here. I thought we could actually. There are days we can see it, you know. Pretty sure I was able to. There it is, just through that heat haze. See that little right in the center of the screen? That's one of them. So amazing how heat haze just takes over, right? So that's where they're located, an indicator.
Nikos, I brought you down some strawberries.
Oh wow, thank you. Oh, thank you very much.
That's all right.
That's very kind of you.
Oh, no problem.
Oh, bless your heart. Thank you.
Well, they're for Ted, really, not
Oh,
for you.
bless
you.
you.
Know.
Thank you very much.
Well, could be later.
Yeah.
Yeah, done that on the left with this.
Oh yeah, all
Hi
right.
mate, you alright?
Yeah, good. I'll keep those strawberries inside before they turn into jelly. It's quite warm up here. Thank you for that. It's very kind of
No
you. Thank
problem.
you. Keep them in the shade. They look good. Can't wait to munch on them.
If they're sour, it's not my fault.
Ah, no. Oh, well, they're Waitrose, so they're going to be good, darling.
Only because Tesco's ones look manky.
Wingy would love them. Nice one. Thank you.
Well, Tesco's ones were manky.
Just see the comments now.
I said manky. I did swear.
All is good. How are we doing, ladies and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. So we got 4 F-15E Strike Eagles, which I hope we get some circuits as well. We are predicting a short day today. So yeah, really good conversation this morning regarding the B-17. So thank you very much for that. That was really good. Really enjoyed it. Just learning together is what I call it. So that's really, really good. And you know, always having a broad scope on knowledge and not just specialising in one sort of topic. So although I cover the World War II era as well, it's not just specific to one aircraft. Always trying to learn different things as well. So it's really, really good that we all do that together. It's really, really awesome. So thank you very much for the interaction with that. So if you've got anything like that, anything about what was the other one I was doing as well, the Air Ministry's specifications, that was pretty cool. Actually, one thing I will need to have a look at is when does that still go on, the Air Ministry specification? Let me see, because I came across the Vulcan specification as well. Let's have a look here. So have a look. The system producing aircraft to specification ran from 1920 to 1949. But I'm pretty sure there was specification. Oh, mind you, I guess the Vulcan was. When was the Vulcan made? Actually specified. It was sort of probably that time period to put in, wasn't it? Should we have a look? Specification designations. Hang on. Vulcan bomber. So I came across that. There must be. Let's have a look. There you go, 35. Oh, right. So the Avro Vulcan was the design specification was put in place in 1946. Wow. Do you know, I never even thought that at all. How amazing is that? It's really interesting. Have a look, because if you go to Air Ministry specifications, it will tell you exactly. There was a letter, first of all, to denominate. So, for example, the Vulcan is B for heavy bomber. That's what the B stood for. Or did it? Actually, was it B? Hang on. Or was it P? P for medium bomber, I think. I might have got that back to front, but I'm still learning. But what I can tell you, so the specification was B35/46. Now, I can tell you straight away that the 46 was the year of the specification that was put in place. All right, so that's what that meant. And B was for heavy bomber, and P medium bomber. If you see a prefix F, that was for fighter, and Army Corporation was Alpha, A for Alpha. There was N for naval, E for experimental. I guess that was the E2839 from Sir Frank Whittle. See, it's all coming together. You've also got T as well for training. There was also X as well for underpowered aircraft, and the letter G for general purpose, and an M for multi-role, right? So let's take the Vulcan bombers Bravo B, right? Now the next number 35, this just goes chronological. So when the next aircraft in that year is going to be released, it'll be B36. All right, and then you put the year. So the Vulcan was B35, so there was 34 more specifications before the Vulcan. So it's really, honestly, that actually surprised me. I thought it was later, came just a few years later. That really does excite me, that kind of info. I do love that kind of thing. And but yeah, the Air Ministry, I believe, because they went on till 1964, right? The Air Ministry, so there must be. I'm gonna have a look now. I'm gonna do it. Specification designations, we know that now. Post, okay, so you got here post 1949 specifications and targets. So yeah, there was also operational requirement as well, an OR, which gave you different notes, gave you the type. Why can't I hear an aircraft? Oh no, it's not. Oh, I see what they've done. They've changed things around here by the look of it. Oh, they've changed the system around. Okay, interesting. They've got, it looks like they got rid of the year and just did it in order. Like, for example, after 1940, in 1949, it just went to ER 100, and then 101, then 102, then 103, 104, 105. Randomly, let's have a look at F105D. All right, let's have a look at that. The requirement was a swept wing day fighter development of E4146, which was the Supermarine Swift. Look at that. Does anyone know the Supermarine Swift? Should we have a look at the, so the de Havilland Venom NF2 was designated as F108, so a fighter, a night, and the requirement was to be a night fighter for the RAF. Look at this. Amazing, isn't it? Should we have a look at other stuff, see if they've got anything else? What else is on there? It looks like there are later Vulcans, you know, the B1 and the B12. That's where I'm getting confused, because I can see that now. B129 was put in 1952. I like their old system though. The old system was useful. I could find out the year. How awesome is that? Let's have a look at a few more. I'm going to see what else we've got. The Avro Lincoln. I'm going to go further. I'm going to see what their last one was. Should we have a look? Their last one was the English Electric Gloucester. No, sorry. English Electric P31, and then the Gloucester 505. Look at that, a VTOL strike reconnaissance aircraft. No way. VTOL strike reconnaissance, an English Electric P31. Has anyone ever heard of that? Because apparently it was going to be a VTOL aircraft. I'm going to have a look. Do you see what I mean though? See how awesome this is? You can just go into detail. Let's have a look at this P-31 English Electric. English Electric P-31 was initially designation for what would become the English Electric Lightning. Okay. So a Gloucester, maybe they got that wrong. The internet isn't always right, yeah. Gloucester 505, because they're not VTOL. Vertical takeoff and landing, right? Interesting. So yeah, I'm very surprised about that. So the original specification, should we have a look at B3546? So if I go to that, so I like that old system, pre-1949, I like that. Let's have a look what else we got. So if we need to go to 1946, really cool, man, gives you all of it. And there's even a book that will go into more details, which this is where I found about the wingspan for the short Sterling bomber. Let's have a looky here now. See, I was kind of put off by these numbers. I was like, it's fine, I won't need to know that. But actually, yeah, it's actually quite good. Should we have a look what the aircraft was going to be designed? Right, here we go. Right, B38, where are you? B3446. Let's have a look, where are you? Right, here we go. So the Air Ministry obviously needed something, okay, a specification. All right, it even had an operational requirement. Again, this is another section that I need to look at. The requirement was OR229. No idea what that means. However, the denomination B for Bravo indicates that the Air Ministry wanted a heavy bomber, and it was specification entry number 35, right? And this is what the requirement was. They required a 4-engine swept wing jet medium bomber with a cruising speed of 500 knots and a ceiling of at least 55,000 feet. So do you remember when I was talking about, you know, how do you propose an aircraft to the RAF or the Royal Navy or US Army Air Corps? Well, obviously we're relating here to the British Armed Forces. So what, do you just make one? No, I mean, you what I did find out, by the way, you can come up with something and show your ideas to the Air Ministry, and then they'll submit a specification for you, okay? This meant business, this meant employment, this meant generating, you know, a boost in the economy. You've got to remember, you're gonna then build a factory for it, or at least extra factories maybe. You're gonna employ staff. Now, here's the list of aircraft specifications that were built for that one, including our very first Avro Vulcan, the Armstrong Whitworth AW56, the Bristol Type 172, the de Havilland DH111, the Handley Page Victor was in this, the short PD1, and it says here designs also submitted by Vickers and English Electric. So you've got to remember how this works in regards to a boost in economy for these factories. It's like a chase. It's like, okay, let's take the YF-23 and the YF-22, yeah? It's like, what was it, Lockheed and Grumman, you know, Norfolk, they were fighting for, you know, it meant revenue, yeah? If you win if you win the prototype, that's going to generate money. It's going to generate income for your business, which is why all these companies like Vickers and English Electric, for that specification, really wanted to. And it looks like, obviously, we ended up getting the Vulcan and the Victor out of this. So Handley Page and Avro themselves as well, they benefited from that. It was really interesting to find that, you know.
There's a lot of people doing the radio testing and happy with the car, but really an awful lot else. Some of the those before that are up. So they'll be coming back from that link direct straight in. You're fine. Something to do with it. Could be. They're going to be an escort to the beach for the couples. Everybody's off now.
Ian McRocket, Hank Verhule, how you doing? Blocks, RSVP, Margot, Harry Gardner, Hank Verhule, how we all doing? Alan Burden as well. Hope we're all good. Mark Riches. Yeah, lots of interesting facts out there, isn't there? Okay, let's so a couple of C-17s. One I got this morning, which was pretty cool. I'll get you that as a short on Sunday. Hi, yeah, you alright, buddy? How you doing?
Alright.
Yeah.
Had an oxygen fix.
Ah, that's all right then.
You reckon you'll finish early today?
Yeah.
Take the nasty stuff out.
I don't know. Right, time for a cup of tea, I think. Be right back. I'm gonna grab a quick cup of tea.
See someone with one out there already, haven't they? 35. Yeah, gone outside.
Let's go and get some.
Crete or
Yeah.
Aviana.
You keeping all right, yeah?
Well, I'm on oxygen now.
Oh right, okay. Right.
Panicking. I don't know if I made the right move and what was betting. Got two big canisters in the garage. Sound like a couple of bombs.
Oh, it's a lovely day.
Yeah.
Oh, good old Ginge. Look at him. Is he coming? Is he on ops over the weekend?
Not say too much.
Mark coming?
No, he's doing town with a friend or something. Car stuff probably. All heads together.
He does have some nice collection. He does have a nice collection.
Yeah, I spoke to you before when I saw that number plate. Yeah. And that used to be the owner of the company I worked for. And he used to have Johnson interceptors. Right. And then when they went under to them, they had a big old barn. I think they ended up with two interceptors. One was vertical. Bentley Moselle, D. Tommaso Pavilion, D. Tommaso Ronchamp, a Ferrari, I can't remember what that was, and then, as I say, he never got rid of the cars. I used to say,
Yeah, you caught him the other weekend.
you can drive a different one every day of the week. The whole lot went up for auction. Working with Raffington, on the side of Boeing, where we had so well. Did he sell well? Yes, yeah. He never left a will, and he was worth 20 million. We were going to find some equipment in that. I went with one day, I was in his, I think it was a Bentley, and then he said, what are you doing? I said, well, you had said to me about driving. He said, no, he says, I said, I was thinking in your car. He said, when you turn up with this, he said, the price will go up. Yeah. When I retired, I think he lasted 7 months and then had a heart attack and died.
Right. It's it's a nice day. Nice day today. Yeah, we could be on to a short one, a bit like Monday really. That was a bit of a quiet one. We just had the 6 all day, and I believe they are closed tomorrow. It is a US holiday. Let me have a look. I don't know much about Juneteenth, you know. Let's have a look at this. Federal holiday.
Well, I reckon Crete.
Let's have a look. Juneteenth. Federal holiday in the US. Celebrated on June the 19th, which is tomorrow, so that would make sense. There we go. You alright, buddy?
Yeah, you should have a bigger one so people can see it. Is that off a kid?
No, it's a pocket chain, just, you know, wherever you want, just
It's supposed to blend in, and it does.
yeah, well, it is camo sort of green, isn't it, in that military coloured, but
So, first two between
so yes, that'll be the reasons why they're closed tomorrow for Juneteenth. I believe they're closed on Friday as well. So do bear that in mind if you are making the way. So I'm just trying to think. So it'll probably be a family's day. Let's have a look. June the 19th tomorrow, and possibly a family's day. Actually, do you know what? I don't really know, to be honest, but I know it's Juneteenth tomorrow, and potentially there'll be. Let's have a look. Yeah, June the 20th. Yeah, June. It's got here June the 20th, I think. Definitely closed. So I don't know about tomorrow now.
You can just say hello.
Oh, hello. Yes, let's bring him on. It's been a while. Yes, here he is. So, one of our regular guest bears. And for those that are that can understand bear language, and will be able to tune in to find out what Ginger's saying. And I know Ted and Red Ted and Comedy Ted. They are already in frequency with all the other bears, but other than that, it's certainly a code that a lot of viewers won't be able to break. So if you can understand what Ginger's saying, because it was all special ops, and he's I mean, you can probably tell if you can probably tell it's something to do with flying. It's all this cryptic coding from Ginger. So what's that, Ginge? Okay, saying to look at this. Actually, this is probably the longest Ginger's been on here without a parachute as well. He's usually got his parachute on. And last time I seen Ginger, a photo, I think he was in a tiger moth on special. Oh, sorry, am I allowed to say that? No. All right, sorry, mate. So I shouldn't have said that, but it was passed, and it was on Google. Is that all right? Oh, he says it's all right then. If it's on Google, it's fine. Ginger, all about Google. So this is one of a few guest bears that appear, and he's quite a regular here at. I like your badge, by the way. It's very good. Is that what's that? Oh, really? That's got special tracking and other special ops stuff on that badge as well. Really? Yeah. Oh, right. It's a bit like a passport, is it? And you just go on there and get scanned, and then you go in. Lovely. So there you go. So if imagine that, passports as a little badge. That would be quite nice. Beep, beep. No, it sounds like you're in a supermarket, Ginge. I wouldn't do that, mate. You might get. I wonder how much you're worth. It's classified. Very good. Like that. Everyone, give it away for Ginge. Nice one. What's that, Ginge? Ginge's got a quick joke before he goes. Well, oh gosh, we got another joke. I think this is Ginger's first ever joke, actually. What's that? Oh, because I remind. Okay, so they might be able to guess this joke now, right? Okay. Well, how can you tell if your chili pepper is red hot? I don't know. Give it away, give it away, give it away now. Very good, Ginge. Very good. That was his first ever joke. I like that.
Good old joke.
Been learning from Comedy Ted.
Yeah.
Comedy Ted. He's not here today, Comedy Ted. He's gone punting, because bears do like punting as well. They do like the water. Of course, being bears, they like to end up in rivers and all sorts. Ted's having his salmon. It does feel like a Friday today though, mind. I think it's because we're here for the second time and it just feels like an end of week. So I'm going to have a look at the so 20th is definitely closed here, which would make me think tomorrow is closed as well then. There we go. Well, I'll have to come up with something for you for tomorrow and Thursday. The sun is actually quite blazing, quite strongly now.
These guys are doing a lot of circuits today.
Yeah. Let's have a look at RC-17s over there, how they do it.
Quiet week.
Perry, how you doing? Thanks a lot. Dieter Gikeri, how you doing as well? Mark Moody, how we're all doing? Mr. Chicken, how's it going as well? Davey, Margot, Angela Farley, and Andrew Farley as well. Hope you're having a good time up in Scotland, if you're still there, that is. LEJ approach and Mark Garwood, how's it going as well? So, just a waiting game now for our F-15s that have departed not too long ago.
Yeah. No. Do something next time. Improve my thing. Yeah, movements. Yeah, yeah. It was a good day. It was really busy, and our friends were really busy as well. We don't really drove a look when it was really busy. Yeah. We usually get
Angela Farley, how you doing? Hope you're good as well. Hope you're well. Angela, thank you for being a member for 13 months. Time is going quick. Thanks again for all the streams. And just in case you missed it, here's one for yesterday to Andrew Farley, Guards March. Thank you very much for the support. Margot, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March. Lilo Doublefly, member for 10 months, part of our fighter squadron as well. Thank you very much, Lilo Doublefly, TCS, where future pilots get inspired by excellence and complete coverage. Thank you, and thank you as well. Andy Hayden's a high five and a Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you so much. Perez Matman Bush, thanks Perry. Not only is he a Spanner Flight member as well, but has been going on and supporting the channel for 22 months as a member, and also part of our fighter squadron member. So thank you very much for your Spanner Flight service. Thank you Ted, Nikos, Claire and the Spanner Flight and all the amazing TCS family. This truly is the best military aviation stream, full of aircraft, airfields, history, having fun and mischievous bears. What more do you need? Thank you very much. We've got John Parrott, not the snooker player, member for 8 months. Oi, thanks for the fantastic streams, Ted. Andy Haynes, who celebrated 22 months membership. Oi, Ted, Nikos and the TCS, massive. Member for 23 months as well. Thank you very much. He's got almost 2 years. Mr. Chicken, Guards March, 26 months. Wow, 26 incredible months. Thank you, TCS, and thank you as well. Thanks to all of you for the support. It's been amazing. Yep, all good and no problem at all. Hope you're having a good time in Scotland, and Angela and Mrs. Farley, sorry, Andrew and Angela Farley. And did I see on social media you're celebrating your anniversary? Well, if you're not, Guards March, and if you are, Guards March. Yeah. Hank Verhul, how you doing as well? Hope you're all good. Davey, Ali J Approach, Dieter Gikeri, oh yeah. I have no idea what Ted's doing right now. I think he's on a lilo. Is that a way to catch salmon, is it? The leaping Ted. Oh, I love that.
When you realise that, you see it on the tree that was not a lot of big areas. I think he's just tickling 3 figures perhaps.
David Hughes as well, how you doing? Hope you're good. Oh yeah. The leaping Ted. Of course, we always wish our viewers to stay in the green. Stay in the green, everyone. That's how we do it. Dave Holloway, good luck with the yomp. I've encountered that before.
Partly the railway line, the white brick corner. The Royal Mail van right up where the T-junction is, so everybody trying to go left, have to give it to the right lane, then go left. The railway football the main gate. Yeah. All the bikes and stuff coming in, there could be about a mile of traffic waiting to turn, so I come around the back way, so I'm just going to at the end of Liverpool, you know, the runway, they come around the back way. Yeah. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I need someone a bit races, everybody wants to do that for me. Being held up at 7, 8 and 9 at the main gate, so I'll try and get there for 5 past the hour. Yeah.
So we are in the official aircraft viewing area here at Lakenheath. Plenty of parking, and if the enclosure is full, there is a road that leads up to the enclosure. And don't forget, please keep the road itself clear. There is a road that is for residents further down into Wangford. I think that's right. But it is a private road there by the burger van, and of course there is a gate that is used for access in and out of the base, so please do not block that. There are signs there. There is a burger van here as well, just outside the enclosure. Treat yourself to Dave's Burgers, breakfast, brunch or lunch and refreshments as well. Locally sourced as well, may I add, from the butchers, which you can taste the difference. There's also bins provided, but sadly there are no toilet facilities available, so you'll just, dare I say it, you'll just have to improvise, I guess. And do bring a bag as well to put your rubbish in and take it home with you. Of course, please don't, around the perimeter of the base, please don't touch the fence or damage the fence. Rest your ladders on the fence, it can damage it, and certainly don't climb it. There's barbed wire on the top, and it won't be a very good ending if you were to fall off your ladder. One, the fall. Secondly, reaching out to grab something could lead to a nasty visit to the hospital. Well, it's never a good visit to the hospital, is it? But your hands, I've seen it before, someone reached out as they fell off the ladder and grabbed the barbed wire, which, it was ouch. Point Charlie crew. Point Charlie.
Good old Charlie. Yeah, first two coming up. What they do, they're going up, they come across the trench if you're lucky,
Again, I won't, I can't stress this enough. I know we don't do it, we're reviewing and we know the score. There are signs all over the place and base. Drones are an absolute no, and it goes without saying, if you do spot anything suspicious like that as well, please make sure you report it. Now, there are ways to do it safely as well to report it. We don't want you confronting these people. Please don't. You just don't know what they're thinking at the time. Of course, if they're thinking to fly a drone, then who knows what they're thinking when you approach them. So do it. Our recommendation, please, we don't want anyone getting in confrontation with these types of people. Do it safely, do it discreetly. If you have to drive away to do it, do it. That's fine. We just, we don't want anyone getting hurt or anything like that. It's just day and age. And we've always said better safe than sorry. If it's non-emergency, you can call 101 to report something. And of course, there are numbers as well that you can call on the signs on the base. Not just here, of course. If you're at Coningsby, for example, there are numbers that you can ring, especially the helpline, which will take you through to the authorities, because it is illegal to fly a drone, or even attempting it, to do that. So please don't feel, better safe than sorry, as we always say. Here we go, our first arrivals of the day. towel there.
Can you read the
That's our first two arrivals. We have two left. Well, that was nice and vertical, you know, why not on a low approach? And there it is. Dr. Soda, how you doing? Hope you're good. Watching from Hastings. One CAG, how you doing? C-17 with Lakenheath Tower, RAPCON, who manage both Lakenheath and Mildenhall, as Mildenhall is 24 hours, and with the airfields being so close together, it does make sense to have one main control tower. And RAPCON stands for Radar Approach Control, RAPCON, and it's part of the 48th Operations Support Squadron. And the facility here at Lakenheath ensures all the management, the security, the readiness of the military, and both as well the civilian flights that are above us in operations around the clock. They manage the airspace of up to 60 nautical miles in the radius of 20,000 feet in altitude. So basically, they will assist aircraft literally from windows shut all the way up to 20,000 feet, and that's for Mildenhall management as well. Now, RAPCON, they employ radar technology and they manage its designated airspace. They coordinate with multiple host nation command and control agencies around the East Anglia region, which is where we're at, so that would include sort of Suffolk and Norfolk alike, and the arrangement supports the daily flight operations for both the 48th Fighter Wing and the 100th Air Refuelling Wing, and including the CV-22 Ospreys and C-146 and the MC-130J, and the operations for the 352nd Special Operations Wing, facilitating their routine flights and their complex set of military exercises. They assist controller, they have an assist controller and an approach controller. The approach controller takes care of talking to the aircraft and pilots of the crew, and the assist controller is writing down their altitude and course of flight. And I've had a little look inside where they're sliding the flights. You know, they're writing down. You might see this on TV where they're writing on like a little slide. They're writing it down on a slab of, I don't know what material, wood or something, and they just slide it across, for example. And there's also collaboration between the RAPCON team and pilots, which is utmost crucial, especially during adverse weather. You are literally, when you've got plenty of aircraft in circuit, for example, if you've got F-35s doing PFOs, for example, there can only be 4 in the circuit to do the PFO, no more than 4 aircraft to do PFOs. This is set for the airspace here at Lakenheath. So things like this that needs to be managed, so there needs to be that trust as well, and collaboration between pilot and ATC, or shall we say RAPCON here. And the team facilitates safe entry and exit from a designated airspace. They assist with practice approaches, which we've just seen here. They can also communicate and carry out a weather check as well, so a request from tower to carry out a weather check to get a more precise idea of the weather up in the skies and pretty much a better understanding of the cloud base. They support the execution of fighter maneuvers and other aerial activities vital for training missions. There's also NOTAMs for potentially high energy maneuvers above us if they want to do aerial combat, NATO pilot integration and real world mission operations as well. So with that in mind, with all these responsibilities, Lakenheath's RAPCON also assists with the civilian traffic that we get here, particularly for nearby airports, which we have. You'll also hear like a MATS penetration, that kind of thing. They made the military airspace as well above us, so aircraft can go through the MATS. And this expands the team's responsibilities, including ensuring the safety of both civilian and also military pilots as well. So there is like it's like a circle with 2 corridors, MATS, by the way. So it stands for Military Aerodrome Traffic Zones, MATS, all right? So it's, yeah, like I've explained it, it's like a radius, a circle, and then you've got like 2 corridors that open out. It actually looks a little bit like a silhouette of the US roundel, was probably the best with the bar. That shape, I hope I kind of describe that shape well to you. And you know, there's lots of training involved, and also sim work and monthly proficiency tests that they need to do. Any new members to RAPCON will need to be familiarized, told what aircraft that are here, because let's face it, aircraft have very different capabilities, especially if you end up at Marham. You know, with the F-35B, if they request a vertical landing, for example, the pilot needs to know that it can do that, etc., and understand the surroundings. So in addition to these as well, like I said, they would need to understand what aircraft are here and their capabilities. The airspace here is managed by RAPCON. It can become congested. Now, they do like 8 to 12 hour shifts, and from what I've heard from RAPCON team, it can be quite fun and challenging when there's lots of, like, say, congested airspace, especially during large force exercises and under favourable flying conditions as well. So all that gruesome conditions that you get here sometimes, which we've seen live. And the air traffic controllers, they do undergo the extensive training to ensure all aircraft within their control maintain the required vertical and lateral separation as well. So there's a lot of dedication and training and proficiency tests and sim work as well with RAPCON. So big shout out to them at RAPCON Communications Group. Oh yeah.
Cool.
So the C-17s, for those that are new, they're not actually based here. So under the wing, which we've mentioned before, the units of Lakenheath. So the flying component is the 48th Operations Group. That entails our 4 squadrons. With that, you've got the 48th Maintenance Group as well. So, as we mentioned, the 48th Operations Group, that includes our fighter squadrons. The 48th Maintenance Group includes our maintenance squadrons. So let's break this down just a little bit. I won't go into the extensiveness of this. You've got the Component Maintenance Squadron, Equipment Maintenance Squadron, you've got Fighter Generation Squadron, and then the other group as well, 48th Mission Support Group as well, the 48 MSGs, which you've got the 48th Support Squadron, the 48th Security Forces Squadron, 48th Communication Squadron, and let's not forget those that don't have windows, the 48th Medical Group as well. A big shout out to RAF Lakenheath's Fire Department as well, the medical crew, all the OSI, LE and SF, which we've mentioned. So it's a whole lot that falls under the wing, right? So now you get a broader you know, idea of this. So like I said, the flying component is actually the operations group itself, but it falls under the whole 48 fighter group. So I believe two left, two F-15s left, which that, my feeling is that will be it for today. Darren Hobson, oil to you, hope you're good. Morning to Nikki Banfield. Mayhem Marshy, Davey, Dr. Soda, Margot, Stephen Norris, JPG, hope we're all good. We're just waiting for our next aircraft to arrive. So there's Lakenheath Tower with their 15 degrees tinted windows to illuminate or try to deflect the glare. So we should have some more arriving back very shortly now. It's been a good day. Been a nice warm one, definitely. But we did expect and anticipate a quiet one today, which does have a Friday feel to it, may I add. So we'll let you know later on tonight where we're going to be tomorrow and Friday. So that gives us something different to do for the rest of the week, and then hopefully back to busy next week. We are heading for Cleethorpes Armed Forces Day on the Saturday, and I've never been, so it's going to be literally get there, check out the system, see if I can get it to be savvy over there, and then we're back at Shuttleworth at Old Warden. We won't be live there, we will just do a little bit of filming and chilling. You know, it's always nice to break it down a little bit. And but what I will do, I'll make it into like a little fun premiere. I'll try and get it done same day, that'd be quite nice. Or if I can't do that, I'll do it the next day. I'll see what time it finishes, but it's always good fun to have you with us and get all the action. I'll try my best, you know me, try and get things done ASAP for you. Yeah, Mark, so it's to stop the glare, and that's why they have them angled at, I'm sure it's 15 degrees. Pretty sure they're set to the sort of the same level, because with all the computers as well, all the screens that they've got to stop the glare, so quite important that it doesn't go on their screens and cause issues. And obviously they need full visual, because sometimes they can have, you know, with their binoculars, do a visual on the aircraft, make sure it's all good. Here's another thing as well, related, Mark, to sort of viewing on computer screens as well. Polarised lenses, like the ones I wear, I'm going to show you them, right? Polarised lenses are not worn by pilots. It can be extremely dangerous. I'll tell you what, do you know why? Because you wear these on, and some of the screens on computers. What I didn't know, there are some, I'm not going to go into too much detail because I can't remember it totally, but polarizing, I'm pretty sure they have a horizontal or a vertical. And if I remember correctly, if you can probably see the flickers when you adjust your shutter speed on a camera, or video camera that is. But what I'm going to get at is, if you wear a polarized lens horizontal on a screen that flickers horizontally, you can't see it. I don't know if you've ever experienced that anywhere and didn't think about it, but some pilots don't wear polarized glasses because they won't be able to see their LCD screens. So it's really, really interesting that I stumbled across that. I can't remember why I came across that. I know because I have a couple of different laptops and one of them I cannot see. The Apple's fine. It's the other one is not, okay, because I'm wearing polarized lenses. Can't see it. It's something to do with having them horizontal, the polarizing on there. Really weird, I know, and you just can't see it. So if the pilot did wear them, it will hinder the pilot's ability to see the info on the screen. So that's why so many modern aircraft cockpits, they utilize LCD screens for instruments and navigations, and polarized lenses will interfere with the light emitted. I think it's to do with more of the light, right? So you've got what Apple use, the Retina displays on some of their laptops, their Apple Macs, or Retina, however you want to pronounce it, because I'm really awful on that. So, but yeah, it's it will just disappear. That's right. So yeah, I stumbled across that while looking at the glare for the glass on air traffic control. What weird things to what the other fun facts that I can tell you is that pilots on a like a commercial airliner, for example, if you're going on holiday, I guess it could be the same for like C-17s. They don't have the same meal. They have to have a different meal each, because if one is contaminated, then they're not all going to get ill. Okay, so someone will be able to fly the plane. So I hope that the co-pilot and main pilot have to have a different meal to each other. They cannot. The other fun fact, I know, did you like that one? That was cool. That was like a fun fact as well. The other fun fact that I can tell you is called sterile cockpit, and it includes for both military and civilian pilots, as opposed to airlift and aircraft that consist of more than like one crew, for example. You cannot say anything unrelated to flight checks and flight details. Anything unrelated, you cannot say anything until you get to 10,000 feet. It's called a sterile cockpit, And I've heard of you know, crew getting into serious trouble when things have gone wrong. They found out that they were talking like personal stuff, which the point of it is to focus on the checks, to focus on their pre-takeoff checks, to focus on the actual takeoff, with takeoff and landing being the, you know, the most dangerous part of aviation itself. So that's why it's put in place sterile cockpit. I think they did an experiment that I came across, right? This is where it comes from, I think, and it's to do with being distracted. So they asked two people of the same profession to do something physically and talk about something related to what they were doing. The other one, again, experiment, the other one doing the same thing, but to talk about like what they got up to over the weekend. And they found that the one talking, they did a few other stuff as well with that, but they found the one talking unrelated to what they were doing, the one unrelated to what they were doing were making the mistake. So that's where sterile cockpit comes into effect. So that goes for both civilian, very strictly as well, and for, let's say, a crew. Pretty interesting stuff. I love that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, as far as cameras are concerned, you can put a polarizer, which I used to use on my when I was doing photography for landscape. Polarizers can be really good, really good. They can bring out the deeper blues, and really good with clouds. You know, variable density filters as well, ND filters. They can be really useful as well. Really get some really good effects. They can help you see things that you can't see with the, as they say, the naked eye. Okay, so our aircraft just coming in just behind me now. And yeah, like I said, it's nice to learn together. You know, all these little bits and pieces, there's so much out there. You know, we're not, well, I'm not a pilot, but you know, our viewers aren't. Well, not everyone, but what I'm trying to say is that it's nice to learn these things, isn't it? So you got a bit more of a, you know, it's satisfying, isn't it, when you learn something new and you think, oh yeah, and especially when you've been curious about it as well. That's the thing. And of course, if there are pilots on our channel, welcome. Oh, here comes our last two. This could be it, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Comes our last one. Cool.
See you later.
See you later. Take care. Bye.
There's been 2 tankers doing loops all over Norwich in the North Sea all morning.
You can take the two of them on the way to here.
Do they normally break over lunch, or would that be
I
for today?
I don't know today. I really don't know today. I'm afraid. Sorry about that.
Sorry, no, I don't expect.
Yeah, no, I
Complete novice. I've never played RAF.
Yeah, no, you're alright, mate. I just really haven't got a clue today. Just couldn't even predict, or even begin to predict on today, so...
So I heard you say on your broadcast you're doing a short today. Is that because they're not going to fly, or you've got personal reasons you've got to get away?
It's just my prediction that
Oh, right.
this will be it. It's just a prediction, but I'll
Okay.
hang on for an hour and see how it goes.
Should go.
Aircraft information, X-ray current altimeter 3025.
Probably, yeah, for the day.
Tricky one, like you contact to the manifacturer, the high record here.
Oh yeah, you're
You got a
alright.
good day for it, mate?
You alright, mate, yeah?
Alright, mate.
Good.
Is that, is it true what I've heard or not? That,
Don't know. I know what you're going to say, but I don't know.
I've heard that from 4 other people, so I don't know if it's true or not, I don't know. But
It could be. It could be, but I don't know. You know for sure, but might as well wait around.
yeah, fingers crossed anyway.
Yeah, they do.
Hard stay. Hard stay.
I believe it then.
Good, good, good. Yeah. But as far as regular stuff is concerned, that could be it.
Yeah.
So it's a kebab shop delivery, I think, to the car park.
Yes.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, but I'll get the burgers from here first, and then if I get hungry later, delivery or whatever it is. Oh dear. Ah. Well, at least it's not raining for
No.
today. Even though we do need it though, but hey.
Central aircraft information, Yankee current altimeter 3025, Bedford, last fire. Lakenheath ground, X31, taxi 1 of the Manus, DNR, back to the Iraq. Security drone, that you contact the Manus, back to the Iraq, ATS. 31 Manus,
Cover your sandwiches up. Just drop that lid on that thing.
Class Wing 2, Lakenheath approach, squad 0456. Class Wing 2, that's 0450.
Hello. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Right, so it's decision time. Is that it? That's the thing. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to have some brunch, and then we'll see how it goes. Let's take 5.
You've earned a break.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the feeling that could be it.
Well, this is the game for 35 something.
The engines. Certainly suffer tomorrow if I stay all day.
We'll go and come back and risk it.
What's yours?
What's the verdict? 3 miles east your position, westbound orbiting Southern Town, KC 135, westbound 200 feet.
Should be having brunch and then we're going to come out and tromp around the squadron. Yeah. You've been awesome job. Don't give a quick line, but once the engine's done. Or not.
True.
Sit down for a bit. They Keevans in that box. They Keevans.
Fired loads.
So good morning, Golf, still Oscar Golf, traffic information.
Have a look at it, so we'll have a look.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, online? Yeah, cool.
We've got nothing in size. Well, there's one I thought would look really good as an idea. If you have a squadron patch on the front, with then either like one of the larger designs on the front, put that on the back as well, on the front and back.
Golf, Oscar Golf, bear contact 1 miles west of Lakenheath under basic service. Lakenheath QNH 1024. Far flight for Peter McClain soon receiving, routing by difficult and Snetterton this time. 3,000 feet to 1024. Like to transit to Delta 208 as it might, and through your eastern stop. Roger, Matt, Philip, approval. Golf, thank you.
One of those and have to just judge it and just... Let's go for it. Yeah, that seems sensible. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Well, there's more startups.
Good.
Well, could be engine runs. Are you, sorry, I'm not turning down by 2 notches.
No.
Okay, that's fine.
Of course, I didn't realise that.
Well, I can, but it's a grey area. It's only by 2 notches, it'll be fine. Thank you, I appreciate that. It's an old, yeah, you know I get. It's an old thing. You alright though, yeah? You good? Thanks for the strawberries, I'm going to have them now after that burger. Oh, lovely.
No, we were stopped at the shop this morning.
Yeah.
Just says, I'm ready for some strawberries. So you do that?
Yeah, no, I love them. I love actually strawberries, like doing berries.
She just sits in the kitchen all day watching you when she's working. No, sorry,
lovely.
when she's supposed to be working.
Don't tell him that.
Hello. I'm going to be enjoying your
Is he giving
strawberries.
away my secrets that I should be working, but I'm too busy watching you?
Not yet, but anything you say will be given as a...
Damn.
What was it, 6 o'clock on Tuesday morning? Would that be right? No, Monday morning when you were setting up with it.
Yeah. Yeah, you know this, we're all mad here. In
That
a
was
nice way.
Really quiet on Monday though, wasn't it? Nothing, was it really?
I think it's not a bad sign, that sound. Let's get a few more.
So you don't know who's on holidays if they're having operational stand down for a while.
Don't know. You're right, you are right. You just don't know really.
You should know that from when I was on the forces. Nobody was ever told anything. It was just like, oh, by the way, we're on 2 weeks stand down coming up, and that's it.
Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good, you?
Good.
So I've got a bit of a weird question.
A weird question. Here we go, I like this. Alright,
Oh,
hit
here
me
it
with
is.
it. Come on
So
then.
my dad works at Wildenall and he
Okay.
subscribes to your channel and he loves everything about planes. I was wondering, is it possible to get a photo of you and Ted so I can send
Yeah,
it to him?
sure, it's about £100. Just kidding.
Cash only.
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah,
You can send me a message going, are you late?
no problem at all. Don't use no worries at all. With Ted, of course,
Yes,
right?
please.
Yeah,
We love Ted.
got to be with Ted. Myself and Ted,
Yeah.
yeah? Okay, here we go.
Thank you so
No
much.
worries. Oh, cool. Nice one.
So we love watching your channel and I love watching it too.
No, thank you. No, that's no problem at all. Anytime. Anytime.
Enjoy. Thank you.
Ted's quite a very photogenic bear, I think.
He
He's
is. He's also very
a part-time model. Oh, love the tattoo, by the way. Sorry, don't know.
Which one? That one?
Yeah.
That's for my grandparents. My mum's dad was in the RAF and
Wow.
they travelled all over the place and he used to fix the planes.
Oh, sorry, I know I butted in there, but that just really caught my eye.
I say my brother's in the Royal Anglians and he's actually out in Kenya at the moment.
Wow.
And then my dad's auntie and uncle were based at Mildnell and they met there.
Did they? Oh, lovely.
So I've kind of been brought up around all these places. and
Oh,
everything.
nice. That's great.
A real version.
But yeah, it's nice watching your channel. Like you explain a lot as well. And
Oh, thank you.
it's amazing. Thank you.
Thanks.
for that.
Ah, thanks very much. Thank you. Ah, thank you.
Yeah, that's what's up. Absolutely. Absolutely. Daylight today is very good. Killed it.
Yeah, it's fine. Just keep going. Yes,
Very good for tonight.
I'm not sure. I'm kind of working out tonight. Depends how late I stay up tonight for Friday. So I like these little situations. Then I can like leave it last minute. Sometimes they're the best. Like lastminute.com are
Yeah.
quite good. And like what?
I usually get a phone call about 7:30. Where's Ted today?
Yeah, where's Ted
I don't
today?
know.
Yeah, I mean I
Scroll
usually
these
put it the
little
day before. but I'll have a little think. So it's gonna...
I'll go tomorrow. It's 2 minutes from the front door.
Yeah, I mean that is the option. They're thinking about Marham and Milden, so that's what I'm going to do. But which way round, I don't know yet. Whether it's Marham tomorrow or Marham Friday, one of those two I'll do. Be on one of those days.
Yeah, it's we're looking.
No, move it.
It's a pain up there.
History.
You reckon?
Sure, a bit of nut shiver. That's his house. Right then. Let's see. Right, let's see what we've got here. Right, so ladies and teddy bears, don't forget, as part of your checklist, to visit the tedconingsby.co.uk website with a bit of retail therapy as well. So we've got, let's have a look at key rings. See, we've got a great selection of key rings. We've got our FWEEP key ring. There we go. Lovely. We've got those, and our new key ring as well, which I'll show you, the Beret Recovery Team key ring. Lovely. I should have got Ted to model these, shouldn't I? Let's get Ted to model them. Come on, Ted, mate. One of the most... Right, Ted, what else have we got there, mate? So Ted's going to model for us. There we go. That looks lovely on you, Ted. The Argyre... do you want me to hang on to that for you, mate? So we've got the Argyre key tags. We've got them as well. Thank you. Ted's doing all right. No, Ted, this one... look at this one. Ted's got his very own key ring as well. Look at this. Nice little key ring there.
I know, well cute.
So the Ted key ring. Lovely. Thank you very much, Ted. What else we got? Got various patches. Oh yeah, I'll show you the new one. The Beret Recovery Team patch. For those that, there we go, 10 by 10 by 10 centimeters. This lovely Beret Recovery Team patch. So that's lovely, and it is made with Velcro as well. Do you want me to hang on to that? Because see, I have to use my hands here, because getting this stuck on Ted would be like waxing a teddy bear, and that is not good. That is quite... Ted's like, well, see ya. So it does come with Velcro, beautifully embroidered. The Beret Recovery Team patch, lovely. Right, what else have we got here, Ted? Our regular patch as well. These are good. These are our regular patches. Again, Velcro. Very good. I'll tell you what, this is a good little, this is quite a good backdrop. Here we go, look at this, ready? Nice! Even the, even the armoured vehicles are saying, you know, heading for it as well. So that's our regular patch there. We've also got our Blue Skies patch. Ted, you want to show them that as well? There we go, our Blue Skies patch, lovely. Features the 4 bases on there, even though there's 3 aircraft, because it represents Lossiemouth and Coningsby. We've also got to my right, where my injured thumb is, we've got the we've got Lakenheath, and then we've got Marham with the F-35B there, so all our fighter towns. Okay. Let's have a look what else we've got. Speaking of patches, we've got another patch here. Again, one of our first, well, our first ever PVC patch. The again in grey, you can just about see the Union flag there. We've got our PVC patch as well. Again with Velcro as well. Ted likes that one.
Special ops.
Oh yeah. Oh, there is a special ops patch coming next month or August. Do have one coming soon. Ted, it looks like. Do you remember Mr. Universe and Miss World? Look, Ted's got this little thing going on here. Ted World. Now these are seriously glow in the dark wristbands. They are absolutely just super bright, and I did contact them to say what is going on here. No, they did convert. It's got. Oh, do you know what? I wrote down. It's on the website. oh, what was it? Okay, so it's the amazing phosphors that make this glow, but I think it's not latex free, if I remember correctly. So just check. I did write that down with that, but because it's transparent. So on your glow-in-the-dark watches or lanyards, for example, right, the little bit of paintwork, because it's not transparent, they don't glow as much as this. Because this is getting light in, out, everywhere. It is proper bright. Ted, you happy with that, mate? So we got those as well. Look at this key tags as well. There we go. Ted, do you want to model that for us? Yeah. That's Debbie McGee. Oh yeah, this goes well with the beret recovery team. We've got, now you've all seen these remove before flight key tags, but this is, you know, you'd have to be a Ted Coningsby fan to know this. It's the remove beret before flight, something a little bit quirky, because Ted has to remove his beret. Ted, I'll tell you what, here's a little quiz we'll play, right? There was one flight that Ted did with his beret, all right? There was one flight, and I'll tell you what, I'll give you there's two answers for this, right? I would like you to let me know which aircraft it was and why he kept his beret. What do you reckon? And they even insisted, no, you can keep the beret on, Ted. So let us know in the comments, let us know which flight it was that Ted flew with his beret. There was only one, and there was a reason for it. There we go, that's something to think about. What else have we got here? Lanyards. Okay, now he's going to look like a proper Mr. Bear, Mr. Universe Bear. Look at this. So let me just take that because it looks like something out of Rambo movie or something there, Ted. The lanyards, 100% recycled, and it's got not only the safety clip here, which pulls off if you get caught. This is really handy. This was inspired when I was in Greece on my little Piaggio 70cc. You know, having that swinging around as you're driving your motorbike, I like the fact that you could take this off and then start your 70cc of raw power there. There we go. So yes, these are our lanyards. They're available as well. What else we got? We've got loads of stuff here. Oh, these are cute. These are cute. These are our very good seller. And my last one to show you. Of course, we've got other stuff. We've got baseball hats, t-shirts. In fact, I'll show you my baseball hat. Available in two different types. The Fweep, for those that love the Fweeps. Embroidered beautifully. Available in black Fweep or this white, sort of silver shadowed Fweep. Also got TED HQ pin badges, if I get it the right way. TED HQ. Look at that. Inspired by RAF Coningsby. You know it is. So yeah, lots of stuff there. We do have tons of t-shirts, hoodies, jumpers. What else we got? Those dog tags. We've got other patches. There's a new patch. Oh, there's one more patch. There's the we've got our limited edition patch, which we give to pilots who win the Ted Coningsby Display Award, and for those who fly Ted as well. There is a red patch here at Lakenheath for one of our awesome bowlers pilot who took Ted on an aerial combat mission called Red Air. So that was cool. So they get to see that, they get to wear that, and they get to have it. And we made 150 only for the public, and it comes with a certificate to let you know which one you've got, like an authenticity card. That does sound like they're on the move. Let's hope they taxi down the catwalk. So there we go, lots to choose from. Ted, you're right there, mate. Looks like you're sunbathing there. So that's just some of our merch. Oh yeah, and I've got to show you this, our most popular key tag. Send it. That's probably our most popular one. Oh yeah. does sound like they're on the move, these F-15s, so let's hope.
Stickers as well, Nicholas?
Car decals we have, they're online. They can, oh, it is one on the move, it's taxiing down now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're online. They're quite big. We do two types of car graphics. Same company that made the van
Alright.
graphics, so they are like
No, I was
really.
just wondering if you didn't like stickers for
No, we don't have them. Not yet, anyway.
Here it comes.
Not yet. Here we go. Well, I didn't expect it to come out so soon, so... Yeah. So, for those wondering the answer to which aircraft or which flight Ted flew in with his beret, it was indeed Sally B, the B-17 based at IWM Duxford, and the reason behind it was it wasn't actually military. It is not a military aircraft, as in it's owned by. It's not, you know, it's not a. It's not actually under military use. So, because it falls under civilian, Ted was allowed to fly with his beret. I said I've got to take his beret off, but they said no, you can leave it. And I explained the reasons, but they said, but you know, so they allowed it. They let Ted. It was the first time he ever flew with his beret on. Of course, for aircraft that may be civilian, that are doing all sorts of aerobatics, then yes, the beret must come off for everyone's safety. So yeah, there we go. So that was the only flight that Ted flew in with his beret on. Righty72, how you doing, Mr. Chicken? How you going? Jason Graves, oi oi. Stuart Skeggs, how you doing? Hope you're good. Here he is, Mad Mark. Where you been, man? It's Mark Cuthbert. How you doing, man? Missing you, mate. I hope you're well. And it's been a long time since we've had fun times together, so hope to see you soon, man. Great to see you on here. Beautiful. Let's departure there. Recovery to Mark Cuthbert. So I hope you feel better soon, man. Glad the operation went well, mate.
No. Lovely. Artwork.
Yes. I've got four aircraft operated now by the 5 coming soon of the 48, including this beauty.
Oh, look at that. Gate Guardian.
Yes, it is actually. Yeah, it is. You're right. Yeah. And then one before that, the F-86.
Yeah.
I'm getting a bit of a collection going.
Oh. Remember it well.
Nice. Oh, how we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we are all good. So, welcome to RAF Lakenheath, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're all well. And as we admire the C-17 there in the background, and of course the F-15 that just took off. The base itself has some wonderful history. Which you have to kind of split into 2 parts for those that know our history talks here. Yeah, so to do the history justice, we kind of have to split this into two parts for Lakenheath and the 48 Fighter Wing. As we look at the vicinity, we can date the, I won't go too far into prehistory, but it does date back sort of 10,000 years. I know you're probably thinking, you what, aviation only in the 20th century, right? Well, yes, that's very true. But as a military stance, it did have a connection with military in the 5th, 6th centuries, and who knows before that. Of course, we can only go with what we can find, and of course there have been excavations of some 427 graves dating back to the 5th, 6th century, and most of these in this direction. In fact, if you were coming down the A1065 just before the main gate, you would have seen not new builds, but you would have seen some dormitories and houses that have been built for the base that are sort of like early 2000s, and you would be right for getting that date, because before then, just if we go a little tweak to 1950, when the first excavations were done, carried out by not only the Suffolk County Council Archaeological Society itself, but Lady Briscoe, who was the founder of Mildenhall's Museum at the time, discovered that there potentially were some, there was tumuli there, like bell barrows, and these are burials from the Bronze Age and later. And what they discovered, because there were lots of Anglo-Saxon settlements in this area, they kind of had an idea of where to dig, and they found remains of Anglo-Saxons. So took about 40 years, let's say 1997, between then and a main dig in 2002, just before the dormitories have been going to be built. I mean, what a perfect time. You've got to do all the groundwork anyway. Next to those is actually a baseball stadium. I think it could still be a baseball stadium, or at least it is some sort of sports stadium or athletic stadium. They found a total around that region of 427 graves. 97 of those were female. A man buried with a quiver of arrows. 3 minstrels, that's men buried with liras. 2 men buried with their horses. But one of them, I mean, amongst all the stuff that they found, like beads, jewellery, and all this kind of stuff, one of them they found this man, 5'10", dating 1600 years ago, with his sword, his shield, or what was left of the shield was just the centre part called the shield boss. All that kind of stuff. This man was important. You don't just get a standard burial like that, because good thing is about archaeology is that you can find out who they have been interacting. Now, I know it's not an archaeological channel, so I won't go into too much detail, but they found that this person was clearly somewhat important. And this is the connection with the military, which I've said again. They've named him the Lakenheath Warrior, but not only was he buried with himself and all his jewellery and his sword, shield, etc., but he was buried with his horse. There was also food offerings. They found remains of I can't remember if it was a goat or a sheep, something like that, because that's what they believed in. Food for the afterlife, that kind of thing. Wasn't new then, you know, the ancient Egyptians were doing stuff like this anyway. All right, so there you go. So that's the connection. The next connection, we need to go to World War I. In fact, just quickly, I don't even know if the Normans had anything here, any Norman settlements, but because they were here, they brought with them the rabbits. Then this is called Lakenheath Warren here, and in the 18th century there was a lot of game keeping. But there we go. Shall I tell you the fun story? Here we go. Actually, it's not fun if you're like an animal lover. Sorry about that, but oh well, I'll say it anyway. Okay, so the Normans brought with them rabbits, and the next day rabbits seem to multiply. Give it a week, then you've got a whole colony of rabbits, right? So here's the bit, and it's linked with the squadron that's here. Not quite directly, but indirectly with the name. Okay, Mad as a Hatter, right? Where does that term come from? It's actually local to here. Whether it's Thetford or whether it's Brandon, the fun story that I have for you. Okay, so rabbits they're going to be using for food, but they didn't waste it all. During the time in the 18th century, they were using rabbit felt for the hats. I know, sorry about this, animal lovers, but they did. And the way they would glue or bond the hats was to use mercury. Mercury isn't the best thing in the world in your bloodstream, and of course if you're wearing it and the mercury seeps into your bloodstream, you are then said to be mad as a hatter, hence the Mad Hatters, and I think that's a lovely little local thing that's here. Anyway, when we go into the 1916 in the times of the First World War, there was a lot of airfields that the US Army Air Corps were been trained. The US troops have been trained to fly here. There's an old firing range, and this region that we're stood on now, we're in the vicinity of a old bombing range from World War I. So you would have had biplanes dropping bombs by hand, and let's face it, in the early starts of biplanes, as opposed to combat, it was literally reconnaissance. And pilots on opposite sides would fly past each other and wave. Then they kind of realised, hang on a minute, he's not friend, he's foe. So the next time they met, one of them would take a pistol, and then the idea came along to actually arm the biplanes. And there you go, see the evolution of military aircraft is beginning already. And then it gets, you know, you start mounting guns, etc, etc, etc. Anyway, 1934 over this way, you've got RAF Mildenhall being built, 16th of October 1934. Started off with the Handley Page Hayfords, again a massive bomber that was a biplane at the time, but eventually they started flying Wellingtons as we got closer and closer to the Second World War. In 1936 to 37, to my 4 o'clock, RAF Feltwell was built. Started off with the Handley Page Harrow and eventually the Wellingtons as well. Now, as we got closer to 1940, but not quite, this vicinity was utilised as becoming a decoy airfield. What is a decoy airfield? Well, a decoy airfield, ladies, gents and teddy bears, is a form of primitive idea of deception, and it worked, because I'll tell you why it worked. Because it was made to look like Mildenhall, and what you get is a fake runway with fake aircraft. In fact, the plywood was supplied from nearby villages in the vicinity, I think Ereswell. So they made Wellingtons. Why the Wellington? Because Mildenhall was flying Wellingtons. They'll make fake hangars, and they'll have an officer in a bunker that would operate lights if you were a nighttime operative airfield. And that was called a Q site, and I believe Lakenheath was a Q site. There was another site called a K site, that was daytime operations. Why all these things? Well, you've got to make it look like it's active at night. Some were KQ site, which was both, basically 24/7. And on records that I found, Lakenheath was attacked more than and actually hit 5 times as a decoy airfield. So that kind of suggests that Lakenheath saved Mildenhall 5 times on as a minimum, from what I could find. So that's that. But it did become utilised as an active airfield. As we mentioned yesterday, that Coningsby had a satellite station, RAF Woodhall Spa. Mildenhall was going to have a satellite station here. Really useful if you start getting training squadrons. I think there was another one. I think RAF Downham Market may have been its other satellite station. All the way from Lossiemouth, as we've mentioned before, we've got the Vickers Wellington. This was the first aircraft to operate here at the satellite station for RAF Mildenhall. So Lakenheath built eventually in 1940. First occupants, number 20 operational training unit. All right, so they came all the way from Scotland. Operational training unit number 20. And they were using the Vickers Wellington bomber. There was about, I mean, it was usually, usually installed with Bristol Hercules. There was a Mark II with Merlin, Rolls-Royce Merlin engines on the Mark II, but they favoured the Hercules. I think what they discovered with the Merlin, especially on the Halifax, that on the back of on the exhaust, they were causing lots of flames. This is the reason why some aircraft used Merlins and some didn't. In fact, there was a shortage of Merlins as opposed to actually applying them to Spitfires, that kind of thing, with the engines. But won't go into that. But the other factor is these flames that were on the Halifaxes on the Merlin engines, the Rolls-Royce Merlins, were actually a bit of a, let's face it, they started off the Royal Air Force in daylight. They didn't think about flames coming out as a problem. They were a problem when they were doing nighttime bombing, because flames at night stand out. And I was reading about tactics from German night fighters. Well, they would just look for the flames and shoot them down, or at least aim for, let's say, the middle. So if you could see four flames, just to aim in the middle, that was what their tactic was. As primitive as that sounds, it was effective. What they did install was these dampers, but then you start adding things like that, dampers, they start to get draggy, they start to add weight to the aircraft. So there was pros and cons to actually getting rid of them, but they did apply them on the Wellington, on the Lancasters and Halifaxes in the end, because drag or not, been spotted at night, you might as well throw your defence out the window. So that's the Mark II's had, the Wellingtons. It was made in 16 different variants, as I've said before. The beautiful airframe, just like the chain link fence here, designed by Barnes Wallis, the geodetic airframe as it's called. Brilliant to assemble, very quick to assemble, could take a lot of battering and battle damage. It was the most produced aircraft bomber of World War II, over 11,400. About 400 of those were the Merlin variants of these, about 1,300 horsepower on these engines at the earlier marks. So yeah, it was a beautiful twin engine bomber, but of course, as we mentioned earlier in the stream about the Air Ministry specifications, they really wanted something with a lot more power and a better and heavier payload. At the time, 4,500 pound of bomb load on the Wellington, which, you know, was reasonable enough. But here's the thing, 16 different variants then, over 11,400, and also very quickly to assemble. In fact, they were making these at a rate of 28 a week. I know, right? So a lovely little aircraft, really, in my opinion, because it carried on throughout the war, unlike some of the twin engine bombers that were really struggling. So we had the Handley Page Hampden, which didn't quite have the power. We had the controversial Avro Manchester, which then led on to the Lancaster. So if we didn't have that, we wouldn't have had the Lancaster. But there we go, this was the first aircraft to actually operate here. And then eventually squadrons were coming over from Mildenhall. 149 Squadron were then flying the very first bomber of World War II, of the RAF infantry, the short Sterling bomber. Operated here with 149 and 199. They slowly moved from Mildenhall and came here. In fact, in 1943, Lakenheath was its own station. It was no longer a satellite station. So there we go. Eventually, they were involved in lots of raids, and of course our story yesterday of the legend that was Ron Middleton, who was posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross for his valour saving civilians and 5 of his crew when he decided to not let the aircraft run out of fuel over the land. And for those that don't know the story, if I just I've got the book still with me. For those that don't know the story, I'll just show you that page. So Ron Middleton, an Australian man, was with 149 Squadron, and if I just show you a picture of him, he's in my book, the legend who literally sacrificed himself out of no hope. Here we go, there's Ron there, and it was that's Ron serving with 149 Squadron. Took off in his short Sterling bomber on a raid over Turin. And we mentioned yesterday he took off with his short Sterling bomber. And that was on the 29th of November 1942. And he was in Sterling BF372. And the valour there was just unbelievable. So it was fully loaded, fully fueled. The Sterling had a service ceiling of 16,500 pounds, and his mission in his Sterling was to his target was the Fiat works for making the aircraft, Fiat works in Turin. And one of the benefits, although stubby wings, of the Sterling, it was very good at manoeuvring. Didn't quite have that altitude, that service ceiling. It did only have 16,500 feet, but it was very manoeuvrable because of its stubby wings. And of course, we myth busted the fact that it wasn't to do with the hangars at all. But yeah, there you go, myth busted. So don't believe that one. I know I fell in that sort of myth, but it wasn't. That's not true, because the RAF hangars were actually 112 foot wide, and it was just the Air Ministry specification why it had to be 100 feet. It was just a type of specification that was put in. Anyway, won't go into that. Ron Middleton, who took off, Sergeant Ron Middleton, took off in his Sterling to raid Turin, the Fiat bomb works, Fiat aircraft works. Ron discovered that the weather was absolutely awful, and he couldn't see the target, and his target was the Fiat Works, and he made 3 low-level passes under absolute ferocious anti-aircraft fire from below in Turin. As he finally saw his target, his aircraft took a hit to the cockpit. He did manage to release the full payload on the factory, but a hit was taken directly into the cockpit, shattered the perspex into millions of pieces, and the explosion and shrapnel actually ripped his right eye out. And you can imagine how much blood loss and pain that would make. More anti-aircraft fire shattered its Sterling and the cockpit, and it could take a lot of damage to Sterling. This is another thing I found out about this lovely short Sterling bomber. There was shrapnel in his arms, there was shrapnel in his legs, and it hit quite high up on the thigh that he was losing so much blood that he lost control and fell into he became unconscious and went into a deep dive. I think it was something like 600 feet before he pulled the aircraft up. As he come out of he started to gain consciousness. He managed to pull up the Sterling. See you later, Julian. He managed to pull up the Sterling and managed to head for home under severe enemy fire. He was then met with more anti-aircraft fire over France, and he managed to avoid that. So still with his full crew still there trying to keep hope. The only problem was now that he didn't have enough fuel to get back, or at least there wasn't that much. He was on reserves. He had a check of how much fuel. There was 5 minutes left. He was already over the coast he was over the English Channel heading for England. His main concern was running out of fuel and actually ditching the aircraft and for it to crash, killing civilians. So he decided to actually make the aircraft parallel. So this is land here. So that was the plan, to go over land, right? To land it. However, he was worried that when the aircraft would run out of fuel, it would crash and kill civilians. So what he did, he made the aircraft parallel and he ordered his men to bail out, so for it to be safely. The first 5 bailed out and they were recovered. They were fine. They were safe. The aircraft was literally just about to run out of fuel. The last 2 men bailed out as well, but Ron knew exactly what was going to happen because he lost so much blood and knew probably he wasn't going to survive anyway, that he just let his aircraft just run out of fuel, and all you could hear was silence and a big thud. Sadly, the last 2 that bailed out sadly perished. They found their bodies the very next day. Ron's body was found the day after. Rest in peace to those that made that ultimate sacrifice, because these stories are just, you know, he was just 26, man. I mean, I'm thinking when I was 26, it's unreal. It really is. It really is, you know, to be put through that. It's just unreal. So, there we go. Rest in peace, sir. And lest we forget. So Lakenheath was eventually closed because it was chosen to become a VHB, a very heavy bomber base, along with Sculthorpe and Marham. Why? Because they were going to operate a very different type of aircraft, a very heavy bomber, the B-29. So it closed between 45 and 47, and we've mentioned RAF Lakenheath, and it still is RAF Lakenheath, still owned today by the RAF. But it's now operated and has been since 1948. The very first residents arrived here when the base opened. The 7504th Base Completion Unit arrived here. They became a unit, and they opened Lakenheath as a United States Air Force base. Eventually, squadrons such as the groups, bombardment groups, such as the 2nd Bombardment Group and the 307th Bomb Group arrived here with the B-29s. There was a few squadrons from Marham, as in US Air Force ones, that arrived here from Marham and vice versa. They'll be on like what's called a rotational deployment. But there were aircraft through that time, all the way to 1960 when the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing arrived here, but we'll talk about the 48th in just a moment. Aircraft such as the B-50 were here and the B-47, and in fact, after the war, what did we have? We had the Strategic Air Command here, and again, you know, Mildenhall's part in that as well. And we eventually had, of course, the Cold War straight after. So there was, which is why it now leads me on to Lakenheath now, as in the 48th Fighter Wing. What were they doing? So we've kind of tied that off then from literally 8,000 years ago to 1948. But to talk about the 48th Fighter Wing, we need to kind of scope back a little bit, and we need to go back to 1941. So let's have a little look. Let's go back to 1941 now, but we're not really here. Where are we? We're back in the US now in 1941. So we need to go back in time, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Oh yeah. Right, so let's feast our eyes back and go back to, we need to pretend we're in Georgia, in Hunter Field, Georgia in America. Because on the 15th of January 1941, the 48th Bomb Group Light were activated. Now they were activated by the 55th, 56th and 57th Bombardment Squadrons Light, along with the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron. Probably never heard of these squadrons. Sorry, I've just had an important message just come through. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, this is pretty cool. Cool. That's all good. So yeah, those squadrons, you've probably never heard of them before. Which I totally understand. I've never heard of them before. They're not certainly the 48th squadrons that we know today, but bear with it, because they did activate into the squadrons that we know. So the squadrons then actually had a rename in 43 as the numbers that we know today. But before then, the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron actually became the 88th bomb squadron light dive. They actually were called a dive squadron, if I remember now correctly. They were flying the B-18. The others were flying A-24s, A-31s, and then eventually P-39s, P-40. Interestingly, it was the 493rd that actually flew. I think they've flown the mostest. I think I've managed to track down 18 different aircraft that they flew. Apparently it's 20, but I've got to find the other two. I'm not going to disbelieve it. I want to see what it is so I can track it down. But on the 28th of the January 1942, the 88th became the 495th Bomb Squadron Dive. All right, so we now have our numbers by 42. I think it was actually not 43. I might have said 43, which they became the 492nd. So the 55th became the 492nd, 56th 493rd, and the 57th became the 494th, and the 88th, which were the 9th, became the 495th. Lots of numbers to remember, and I don't blame you if you can't follow it at this stage, but no worries. By March 1944, the 495th moved to a new bomb group, fighter group, the 407th fighter group. But sadly for them, that fighter group deactivated on the 1st of April 1944, which meant the 495th became inactive, and we didn't see them again for another 33 years. We'll get back to them in a moment. So P-40 is the last aircraft at the moment, but they did upgrade to the P-47s in 1944. Now the P-47 Thunderbolt, which I can show you. Here we go, my favourite. Look at this view. There you go, the P-47 Thunderbolt, designed by Cartvelli, the legend. This is a Razorback version. As you can see, a very, very amazing air-cooled radial engine, the Pratt & Whitney's R2800, and with some severe firepower, so good that when it fired all its 8 cannons, it would actually lose 25 miles per hour and have that much of a kick. Absolutely legendary aircraft, of course, a 46 litres as well engine, if you compare that to a Spitfire, which had 27 litres. But the air-cooled 18-cylinder engine was just amazing, because it could be completely annihilated in there and it could still fly. Why? Because radial engines, radial piston engines were really good at that. The way they would work, that actually when they fired and pushed down each piston, it would actually be like a clockwork. I can't remember if it's anti-clock. I think it is. I think it goes around clockwise actually. I'm just trying to think of it as it spins. You're probably seeing it in a different way, but anyway. But because of the way it would do that, you could actually lose about half of your cylinders and it could still fly. It's unreal. And because it was air cooled, so it didn't rely on liquid cooled, which means a lot of pipes just trying to cool down the engine. If you were to get hit here and have one of your pipes shot to bits, you are in serious trouble because your engine's going to overheat. This is a modern day, shall we say, the A10, hence why the A10 is called the A10 Thunderbolt. It was beautiful for close air support. It had a 43,000 feet service ceiling as well. Should we have a look at the engine? Let's have a look at the engine. Come on then, let's go. So I'm going to get Nikos's famous P47 engine, which I've got here. I know, I like my drawings. I don't want them graphicked up, man. I like good old human, you know, input. Although the problem here is the wind. Look at this. Right, so here's our amazing P47 Thunderbolt. Now the air intake's at the front, right on the front. What I haven't drawn is there's tiny little inlets here that open out, but it's like a special cooling system as well here, which I'll show you another day. Actually, I can show you on that model, but it's amazing. The size of this intake, just to get you into perspective, you can fit a human in there, the whole person. I've seen ground crew in there. Don't try that at home. But the air goes in, and believe it or not, they had superchargers, an impeller in World War II, and turbos and everything. It would actually compress the air, so the air's going in, compressed air. There's a lot of heat with that compressed air, so they actually had intercoolers. Can you believe that? I know. And then the air's been fed all the way to the exhaust collection ring, and then powered the compression system. 2,000 horsepower, but with an extra 300 boost. So for those that watch Fast and Furious with the nitrous oxide boost, you know, with Brian and Toretto and all that crew and all that stuff, he had what we had in the P47 is alcohol mortar. I know you probably think water really, but it would create that pressure to that mist. I can't. Do you know what? That's beyond me a little bit. I need to rewatch the engine video for me to remember how that worked. But it would react and give it more power. Pilots can use it in boosts if they on rough weather for takeoffs or aerial combat. Remember, aerial combat. You may have noticed that it had a drop tank. Really important too. Hence, that's why they called drop tanks. I know they had fuel. The drop tanks could be dispersed, deployed off, and it would make the P47 more maneuverable. So really important that they did that in combat, because if you were to get hit and shot at your drop tank, it would explode. So that would actually work against you. The 8 M2 guns, like I said, I think it had something like, if I remember my maths, 3,400 rounds, which, oh yeah, that's a lot of rounds. So there we go. So that's the P47 there, and that's what the 48 were. Let me just move that before the wind blows it. That's what the 48 were using from 1944, and they were, you know, really put to their training here. They were, you know, training lots of different types, but it was specific. It was specific types because they were getting ready, what unknown to them, for what was to come. D-Day and all its operations, because they were really seriously heavily involved in the Normandy campaign. So we now know that they were renamed. We now know that the 495th went to another group, but they dissolved, shall we say. They became inactive. So men started to set sail, first of all on the Queen Mary, then eventually some went on the Ile de France, and their destination was RAF Ibsley. It's near Bournemouth. And they were allocated to the 70th Fighter Wing, and they were part of the 9th Air Force. Now, who are the 9th Air Force? We've all heard of the mighty 8th. The 9th Air Force specialised in supporting the army on the ground. And I'm getting ready for the F-15 to come back, I think. So yeah, the 8th Air Force were really all about bombing different targets to the 9th in some ways, but the 9th Air Force really offered close air support and supported the army and low-level ground attacks. That was their specialisation. So their training was rigorous. It was designed to train them on the future, so important roles. So dive bombing, close air support, night flying, glide bombing, low-level reconnaissance and patrol, etc. Now, because of that role, they actually dropped the bomber title because they were the 48th fighter bomber group, but they dropped that fighter bomb group, so they changed that and they were now a fighter group. All right, and remember, they're not a wing yet, and that's the thing where I was trying to find out what they were. So that was on 30th of May 1944, and of course D-Day happened, and they took part in that. All the training put into action. They bombed bridges, gun positions, destroying vehicles, railway lines, visual reconnaissance, as well as close air support to the army. In the 14,000 sorties of D-Day in the Normandy campaign, they did 2,000 of those. It was amazing. By the 18th of June 1944, as they were gaining back France, they moved to Dujemu, and in July, I probably said that completely wrong, July 1944, the 48th carried on their airstrikes and helped the First Army break through the German positions at Saint-Lô in France. So what they would do, they would take out tanks and gun positions. Also, close air support wasn't always an armed reconnaissance or close air support, sorry. It didn't involve actually striking anything on the ground. Sometimes all it would take would be like a reconnaissance to have a look to see if there was any tanks. The army would say, you know, Tiger tanks would be disastrous for an ambush to the army, so they'll send the P-47s to have a look, you know, if there was any tanks or not. If there was, you know what's coming. So they, by 29th of August 1944, they moved to Coningsby and then moved to Belgium at St. Trond, and they loved Belgium's airfield at St. Trond because it had a 10,000 foot runway, which was beautiful for a pilot. On the 17th of September 1944, they supported Operation Market Garden, and on the 6th of December 1944, a major crucial situation happened. The troops of the 9th Army were pinned down in Jülich, Germany, so by then they were as far as there. Now, they were stuck, the army, by a soccer field. Now, there was freezing, foggy conditions, it was snowing, it was really bad, and they had to fly at treetop height. We're talking about 200 feet at 325 miles per hour, and it was the 48th that were given this mission by, and it was led by it was led by Major Stanley Latiolis, and one of the pilots that was leading the way as well was the 493rd, I know, the Grim Reapers, Second Lieutenant Ed Cottrell, who had a total of 65 missions by the end of the campaign. And led by Major Stanley Latiolis with their delayed timed bombs, they strafed the ground targets to success. And Ed when he got back, Ed was shown the 40 bullet holes in his P-47. On the 17th of December 1944, the 493rd, the Grim Reapers, again, another mission to attack a bridge because tanks were spotted, and 109 sadly engaged with Lieutenant Jim Watson's aircraft, who was sadly shot down. Cottrell was close to a stalling speed because one of the worst things about strafing and dive bombing is the timing of someone engaging in an aerial combat. So Ed Cottrell, why don't we just get a... So Ed Cottrell, as he went to do his bomb run, the worst time is when you're pulling up. You've got no speed there, and at 109 engaged him as he was pulling up. I mean, what timing. Shot to bits, straight in the engine cowling, and it hit, and it destroyed about 9 cylinders, and all the oil just went all over the cockpit, and Ed couldn't see anything, so he pushed open the cockpit, and his P-47 was struggling. In fact, it was almost at stalling speed. I think it was something like just about 130 miles per hour or something silly. He was too low to bail out, and he was trying to wipe all the oil off his face as well because it was going everywhere, and it was, I think you said it was making a really bad clicking noise, and to his horror, two 109s were crisscrossing behind him, and he couldn't bail out. He radioed in to tell him his situation, and to his absolute disbelief, the two 109s, I don't know what they thought, whether they ran out of ammo, they saluted and left him to it. He landed back at St. Trond, and they showed him the situation of how lucky he was. He kissed the ground, and he contacted Pratt & Whitney to tell him what an amazing engine they had. I mean, 9 cylinders missing, that's half your cylinders, right? That's pretty bad. but how amazing is it for it to still fly? It's an amazing machine, the P-47. It really is. I mean, the A-10 was built around its gun, right? Well, the P-47 was built around its engine, because it was huge. So by 1945, the 48 Fighter Group continued to support the army and advanced deeper into Germany with more close air support and reconnaissance. And by May 1945, the last mission on the 8th, Captain Troy Smith of the 48th witnessed the tens of thousands of German troops on one side with the Allied on the other. That was the end, really. And by June, they slowly backtracked to where they were. They traced their footsteps back to France, such as Laon, and then finally moved to the US, where, after the war, they deactivated, and that was on the 7th of November 1945. Aerial victories to the 492nd was 3, 493rd had 8.5, and the 494th had 8. On the 25th of June 1952, the 48th were reactivated, but they became a wing, and this is the thing, 1952, you won't find anything before then of the 48 Fighter Wing. Now, not because they didn't exist, it was just they weren't a wing. They were a different, the lineage is still there, dating back to 1941. They became the 48th Fighter Bomb Wing, and on the 10th of July 1952, they actually moved back to France. Now, they moved to Chaumont, lots of muddy acres, just a few shack buildings. It was really not very exciting, but it did have a concrete runway and a handful of these shack buildings. And the first aircraft that they operated was the F-84, and in 1953 the 492nd, who were part of the 48th Fighter Bomb Wing, created a aerobatics team called the Sky Blazers. And once they formed them, a year later in May, whilst transitioning to the new aircraft, the F-86 Sabre, the Sky Blazers were official. They were the first United States Air Force in Europe demo team. And in July the 4th of July, there you go, July the 4th, the first displays. And it was on that day, never occurred to me, silly me. Do you know why? It's probably because of the way I say it. Anyway, because in Britain we have the day, month. That would be 4th of July, Nikos. Maybe I'm just doing it the reverse. Anyway, leave me to it. I'm having a moment. Let me show you the F-86. Look at this. Beautiful F-86 Sabre. So, this was the next aircraft that they were operating, this beautiful F-86 Sabre. Look at that. Beautiful. About 5,600 pounds of thrust in their GE engine. Look at this. Beautiful little aircraft. Not quite supersonic, but still a wonderful little aircraft. I think it was about, off the top of my head, about 630 miles per hour, about that. There we go. But wait, I've got a new aircraft to show you in a moment. Which I'll show you in a sec. So they became the Sky Blazers. I know, right? And this is where and why they're called the Statue of Liberty Wing, because at Chaumont they found a workshop, like I said, 25 miles away or something, 20 miles. They found a workshop of Bartholdi, who made and designed and built the Statue of Liberty. They even found all the moulds and all the casks that were there, and they actually made a 3-meter replica. They sold a very fancy car. They had on the 4th of July they had Jean Maison and other VIPs that were there, some royalty I think, and they gave them a name. They actually did a naming ceremony and they called them the Statue of Liberty Wing. That's where they get the name from, and they're the only wing of the United States Air Force to have a name. Amazing, right? And then eventually, in 1956, they were the first wing of USAFE to operate the F-100 Super Sabre. I've got one here, let me show you. I mean, as you do, you know, let me just, you know, get a... There we go, look at this. Now, this was supersonic. Look at this, the Super Sabre, which, as quite rightly said, it is the Gate Guardian. This exact one isn't the Gate Guardian, of course. It's got different markings on, but just to give you an idea, if you don't know what an F-100 Super Sabre is, this is it. I know, right? Look at that. So the F-100 Super Sabre. What I didn't know is that the North American Super Sabre was the first for the USAFE wing to operate. How cool is that, isn't it? Really, really awesome. So, there we go. F-100 Super Sabre. What do you think about this then, eh? Lovely, isn't it? Single engine. I'll give you all the stats now. The engine on the F-100D Super Sabre. It was powered by a Pratt & Whitney J57. It was a P21, P21A afterburning turbojet engine. Now the power of this dry was 10,200. With afterburner, it was 16,000 pounds of thrust. That's actually quite impressive. You've got to remember the time of this. Empty weight at 21,000. The wingspan was 38.9 inches, so that's 11.81 meters, about a meter more. Yeah, about 8. Actually, I'm just trying to think. It's not that far off a Spitfire, actually, the wingspan. And about 70 centimeters more than a Typhoon, about that much. So there we go, the F-100. And it came here as well, because I'll explain, 4 years after they had this, they moved to RAF Lakenheath. I know. Here they come. Is that? Oh, what we got up there? Hang on a minute. Let's get you an aircraft flying. Here you go. Cool. There we go. Yeah, so it was on the 15th of January 1960 that they moved to RAF Lakenheath. Now, they did have a name change prior to that. 2 years before that, they were called the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing. And they came here with the Super Sabre. Now, those Super Sabres that they had, actually I can show you one here. Probably better that I'll show you actually, but it's good that I've got the Super Sabre here. So the Super Sabre that they operated was actually in camo until the late 60s. I think 1967 onwards they were using the metal. I think I've got that the right way around. I'm pretty sure it was the late 60s that they went back to sort of bare metal. Now, like I said, when they came to Lakenheath, they were called the Tactical Fighter Wing, the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing, and the squadrons had that name. And again, don't forget, the 495th are not here yet. They were still inactive since 1944, and they had a different marking system, a different tail system. Go this way, it's quite bright, isn't it? So on the tail here, we had LR, LS and LT for the tail code, unlike today, which is LN. Now, L for Lakenheath, and then they had a letter to denominate the squadron, and we said this before, LR for 492nd, LS for the 493rd, and LT for the 494th. Early 60s when they arrived, like I said, it was in camo, and I think late 60s they went back to this, okay? Had all the tail code system. Now I say the new tail code system because in World War II it was completely different and all reversed, because red was actually the Grim Reapers, blue Panthers and yellow bowlers. Have I got that right? Have I got that right? Or have I got that back to front? Red Grim Reapers, yellow Panthers. Yeah, have I got that right? No, other way around? I think I got that the other way around. Yeah. I keep getting it mixed up myself. But of course today, of course, it's blue for the 492nd, yellow for the 493rd, and yeah, that's right. Yeah, I did have it right. And red for the 494th. That's today's colours, but of course it was different in World War II. I won't confuse you, I'll just leave it at that. So LR, LS and LT, and you can see an example of Lakenheath's 494th in the camo with the red tail flash. Are you off, buddy? Yeah?
Yeah, take it easy, I'll see you soon.
Oh, thank you very much for the strawberries. Thank you. Bye. Bye now. So yeah, so that's at Newark Air Museum. So there we go, so that was that. But in 1972, they transitioned to the F4 Phantoms. Oh, that's another one I've got to buy. I don't have a Phantom. I'm gonna have to get another one. So in 1972, transitioning to the Phantoms. And the tail code system they used was LK, just for a short period of time until they moved it to LN. And eventually in 1977, we welcomed back the 495th, and they were called the 495th Tactical Fighter Squadron. Oh yes, get ready. They were called the Thundervarks, and all 4 squadrons were now operating this. The F-111 Aardvark. Oh yeah. How cool is that, yeah? So there we go. They were operating this until 1991, until eventually they were retiring them from 91 to 92, and sadly the 495th again became inactive. I know, and again we didn't see them for another 30 years, so see you later, F-111 Aardvark. In 1991, Lakenheath's 48th Tactical Fighter Wing and Tactical Fighter Squadrons they actually dropped the tactical. In 1992, the 492nd and the 494th were operating the F-15E Strike Eagle, and eventually from 93 to 94, the 493rd, the Grim Reapers, started to operate the F-15C. Once they've had their deliveries of that, they were then operating the F-15D as well. And eventually, in 2006, Lakenheath actually received helicopters and a new squadron, the 56 Rescue Squadron, with the they had the HH-60 Payhawks. Later on, about 12 years after that, sorry, 9 years after that, another squadron met with them, the 57th Rescue Squadron, and then just a few years after, 2018, they both moved to Aviano Air Base under the 31st Fighter Wing. Oh yeah, that's in Italy. And then finally in 2021, 15th of December, Lakenheath welcomed back the 495th, and they were called the Valkyries, and made the USAFE the very first wing to, the 48th Fighter Wing became the very first USAFE wing to operate the F-35A. And there we go, and a year later, the 493rd transitioned and said goodbye to the F-15C and Ds, and we're now operating the F-35A as well. So there you go, a little bit of history for you there. Hope you enjoyed it. Matt Crossan, how you doing? Someone watching, how you doing? Aspen, what up? Hope we're all good. Clairbat, Davey. Goodness me, it's kind of warm, isn't it? So yeah, very, as anticipated, a very quiet day today. Oi, oi! Yeah, so sorry about the confusion of World War II colour schemes, because it gets me sometimes, but I have to do it in a non-numerical order so I can remember, but I remember the Grim Reapers were, I'm going to try and remember it, you know. Grim Reapers were blue. Yeah, so the Grim Reapers were blue, and the bowlers were red, and the Panthers were yellow. I know, just to confuse things. But of course that changed with the arrival of the 48th here. It could have been their original colours back in 1941. That I'll need to check. I'm still looking at their nicknames. It looks like the Grim Reapers were back in 1941. That dates back. I'm looking at I found a 48th fighter group, sort of like old black and white picture, and I can see what looks like the Grim Reapers because it had the 493rd. It looks like the Reapers emblem of today. Just trying to establish the others. Looked like the Panthers, the 494, looked like they had a panther on a bomb then. So that could be true. I'm having a look at the Mad Hatters, and it could have been slightly different. But it's always interesting to have a look at that. So yeah, it's amazing. I love it. I love all that history. It's just fantastic. Even the tail, the squadron markings were different as well. It gets into that. But there we go. I mean, my beautiful P-47. P-47. This was the Razorback version. They made a couple of hundred of the earlier models, the B and the C's. They made a couple of hundred each, and then of course 15,000 I think it was of the D models. Half and half of like Razorback and the bubble canopy. On this one, this is what you call a Razorback P-47, like that, and the bubble canopy was literally a full nice 360 for the pilot to look at, so it didn't have this sort of almost like a Hurricane actually in a way, that back there. But there we go. So it was developed from the Republic P-43 Lancer, and they had a test model as well, the XP-47. And the development was quite interesting with this, developed by Alexander Kartveli, if you know that name, a man of Georgian descent, and it was set to replace the Seversky P-35, and eventually they were designing the AP-4 demonstrator. They did use a Pratt & Whitney 1830 radial engine, which was a belly-mounted supercharger, and eventually a small number of P-43 Lancers were built from that, and a more improved P-44 rocket. I'm going to have to get you all of these, but the latter was powered by the Allison V1710 liquid-cooled V12 engine and armed with the .50 M2 Browning machine guns, until a new project came along, the XP-47, and it was in the spring of 1940 that Republic and the United States Army Air Corps concluded that the XP-44 and the XP-47 were going to be inferior to their opponents. So Republic tried to improve the design, and that they did. They made lots of different variants and prototypes, the XP-47B, the XP-47A, and they were once going to have elliptical wings. We're not quite there yet with that, but you can see the very distinctive design on the wings on here, and Kartveli was designated as he designed a S3, and eventually they started to do improvements to the engine, and eventually they decided to come up with and give the power from a Pratt & Whitney 2800, which was a double wasp, a 2-row 18-cylinder radial engine. So double row would mean you've got your cylinders going round. There was another row of cylinders. Hope that makes sense, because it's something I don't really go into too much detail. But it produced a good whopping 2,000 horsepower, and it was the same engine that powered the prototype, the Vought XF4U1 fighter, and it took it to over 400 miles per hour. For those who do KM, that's 640 an hour, and eventually this was going to be the production that would be, the aircraft of choice for many fighter groups as well. And of course things led on to the P-51 eventually, but that's another aircraft to talk about in its own right. So the XP-47B had its share of shakedown troubles, of course, but this was most improved. There were other variants after that as well, but as far as the 48 fighter wing, or the 48 fighter group, don't make that mistake, Nikos. There we go. But it's a beautiful aircraft, and by the end of 42, P-47Cs were sent to England for the operations. The initial Thunderbolt flyers were the 56 fighter group, who were sent over the seas to join the 8th Air Force as the P-47 worked up to operational status. It was nicknamed the Jug for the reasons why it looks like a milk jug or a juggernaut, because its profile looks common to the milk jug of that time. It was by no means as, you know, agile as a Spitfire, but it had other things. It's a bit like the difference between, let's say, a FW-190 and a 109. You know, compare that. This, I would say, similar to our Hawker Typhoon. I would say that would be the case. I would put that, especially in the similar role to what it played at. The RAF, I believe, did operate the P-47s as well. Pretty sure they did. I think, just trying to think what squadron were flying with the RAF. Can't remember off the top of my head now. That's going to get me. So what we'll do when this remaining F-15 comes back, we'll call it a day. So it's starting to get a bit roasty. Stuart Skeggs, happy anniversary to you and Mrs. Skeggs. 31 years. Nice. Love it. Well done. And congratulations from all of us. Stuart Skeggs, Guards March, thank you very much as well for the super chat. Matt Crossan, high five. Welcome to the TCS Posh Officers Club. Nice one. Thank you. Good to see you the other day, Matt. And Pat Galloway, member for 16 months. Amazing 16 months it's been. Nice one. Thank you. Stephen Billings, Air Godzilla. Drew fixed it. That was the one that was US Guards March. Nathan sent a gifted membership. Thank you very much. High five, Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Mr. Chicken 3010 sent a Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you very much, Guards March. Someone watch on Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you. Kino Send It, 17 months as well. Look at what you all. Point Charlie crew, get in. Gazland66, member for 20 months. Morning all. Morning to you. Dr. Soda with 27 months service and also part of our spanner flight. How you doing? Happy Wednesday, everyone. Hope you're all well. And have some mighty air shows on your horizon. Thanks for joining us today. Oh yeah. Dr. Soda, thank you. Darren Hobson, 23 months. Just brill. Channel gets better every day. Thank you very much. Meth with 23 months as well. Almost 2 years. Thank you very much. Oh yeah. So what I'm going to try and do, I'm going to try and find you an RAF story every time from this little book. It's from 1946. Now I know it's not related to Lakenheath, but here's another one that's something that we cover. Above there he is, Squadron Leader John Nettleton. For those that don't know, who was awarded the Victoria Cross for the Augsburg raid, a daylight mission deep into Germany, and it's got here 12 Lancaster bombers attacked. There goes my flight plans. Oh dear. Attacked in full daylight on April the 17th, 1942. Let me just go and get these bits of paper. Sorry. They are flight plans from 1970s. Put these somewhere safe.
Is the yellow part for some reason?
Don't know. No, you're right there, mate.
Oh, okay, lovely.
Sorry about that. Goodness me, the wind. Yes, so sorry. So you got Squadron Leader John Nettleton from Waddington, 44 Squadron, 44 Rhodesia Squadron. So it's got here, as we've spoken about before, April the 17th, 1942, an important German war factory at Augsburg. It was actually the MAN U-boat engine factory, and it was 30 miles from Munich. Acting Squadron Leader Nettleton of number 44 Rhodesia Squadron, RAF, and led his formation of 6. They ran into enemy fighters just across the channel. Out of this fierce dogfight, only 2 of his bombers emerged, and he maintained course for Augsburg. And now the story goes, he was told that if it was a fail, that he should, was told to turn back, but he had, of course, like everyone else in the Royal Air Force Bomber Command, that pressed on. I'm about to get attacked by a wasp. Go away. Go away. Yeah, there's a wasp on the mic. A wasp on the mic. Right. I suppose that time of year. So he carried on. Okay, where am I? Even though I know the story, I'm just trying to read what the book says for you. So he went in onto the target and dropped his bombs. Of the 12 Lancasters, only 5 returned from this memorable fate of arms in which no life was lost in vain. And that was a portrait by Eric Kennington. So there we go. And that's Hi, yeah, you're right, yeah.
Yeah, not too bad. Are they okay for filming here?
Sorry?
Are they okay for filming here?
Yeah.
I'm from the BBC.
How are you?
Yeah, last time I was there was 9/11.
Oh, okay.
It's mad, isn't it? It's just it's just some shots through the fence, to be honest. But am I okay just to set up a tripod and shoot through the fence, or they come and sail in?
No, you're fine.
You
You're
sure?
fine. Yeah.
Do you need any water or anything?
Oh, it's very kind of you, but I've got some. Thank you.
Need a bit.
See ya. Okay, here comes our F-15. Thanks a lot to DJ Sonic Sense. Thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March. Hans Olav Morg. Thank you very much for your 15-month membership, and congratulations to Lacey Wright as well, member for 24 months. A Guards March for you. Thank you. Congratulations on your 2 years of membership with our squadron. Thank you very much. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, thank you very much for tuning in today. Ted Coningsby channel. Finishing up. I hope you've all enjoyed the show today. Again, we did anticipate it was going to be a quiet day today. And, wow, that leaves me to think what we're going to get up to next. So thank you very much, everyone who's tuned in to the show. Just a quick thank you to the R48th Fighter Wing. Thank you very much for what you do our year. And of course, from all of us at the Ted Coningsby channel, thank you very much for tuning in. And don't forget to hit the like button and do hit that subscribe. And keep that notification bell button on, because you never know when we're going to just pop up just like that. So, ladies, sheds, teddy bears, thanks again from all of us at the Ted Coningsby channel. My name's Nick Austin, your cameraman, historian, and your commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Lakenheath. So, for the last time, maybe for today, see you soon. Wish you well. Let's go, Ted. See ya. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nick Oss, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, posh officers, discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just £25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support, and it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Ah, yeah.
Golf India, Brian Circle, 1,